Welcome back to Getting Work. It's your boy Jarrett. I'm hanging here with my boy Ian. It's been a few minutes.
Yeah, it has. It has. It's all right. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, right?
Yeah, it does. How am I going to miss you if you never go away, right?
Exactly. Just go away. Oh, man.
Yeah, that was tough. Like, we should have coordinated our collective illnesses to just hit at the same time.
It would have been nice. I'm drained still. It's not like I'm sick by any means. I'm just tired. Like I'm just
I hear
tired.
you. It's kind of what that's kind of what I dealt with. It just seemed like I'd have just sort of the cough and everything, that nagging cough that didn't want to go away. And then, there was about a good 2 weeks even after I was negative. I wasn't
officially
really
officially
sick,
speaking.
but
I
you
never
really actually
tested. Yeah, I never. But there's no way I didn't have it. It's one of those everything. So you know, Beyonce had it. My son had it. I'm like, there's no possible way I don't have it. I immediately got sick about a week after them.
Right.
Only thing that bothered me was my throat. My throat was on fire the entire time. The rest of me was fine. There was no headache. There was no stomach issue. It was just I ate whatever I wanted. It was just, I didn't have much energy and my throat hurt.
That's about where I was. And like I said, we just did the little home tests and stuff. And
yeah, that's what I did too.
I did end up, we ended up testing, pretty much everyone in the house did eventually.
Right.
And then, like I said, I was definitely the worst off. My youngest kind of burned through it in no time. My other kid, who actually was patient zero for our house, burned through it in no time. And then my wife, who got it a little she could feel like she probably had something, and she technically tested positive the day after I did. I think she started feeling better, feeling better maybe about a day before I did, and she didn't quite have as long of a time with the crap, which is just well, good, because then you can go take care of the kids and
that's important to be honest.
Because the other thing too is while we were all sick, we were just the thing with the kids too. It was great for them because it was just we don't care.
We can do anything. You run it as long as we're quiet.
That's
That's it.
Yeah, let us sleep. Let us do whatever we're doing. Just don't, just be quiet. Mostly it was just a bunch of just kind of hanging around, watching stuff on either Netflix or Disney Plus or.
Sure.
I think it's all a blur, but I think we were watching through Big Bang Theory or something, just stupid stuff,
There was something on television.
Pretty much.
It was playing.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Well, I started in my being sick got me to finally start in on not being the only person in at least in the US, probably maybe in the world, who has not seen Harry Potter in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
So I actually started watching. I got through. I think we got through. We're into 4.
Okay.
We got through the first 3 for sure, and I saw the 4th one.
Okay.
Yeah, so I saw the 4th one because is that where Voldemort? Am I saying that right?
Voldemort.
The ball hit it.
Believe that's 4. It's been
where
so
he
long
shows up
since
for the
I've
first,
seen
where he officially shows up for the first time.
Right. I think
I saw
so.
that one. I think it's 4 because it was after the first trilogy. Yeah. So.
And see, that's where you're kind of starting to kind of get into the shift in tone.
Right.
It's the first one is a bit more more about wonder and just
it's very kiddie.
Very and then as they're becoming kind of pre-adolescence, going into adolescence, and it just starts to make a shift.
You could tell just, that. I mean, as the kids get older, that's almost any of them.
Sure.
But yeah, no. So that was. I knew I had to get past the first two at least.
Yeah.
I knew I had to just get like Star Wars. Basically, I went into it thinking Star Wars. I was like, if you get past the first couple, you're okay. You're in. Like you can ride the wave after that. But the first couple are usually a little dicey, and it's kiddie. The first couple. Were
very
stuff. I mean, that's what they were. So.
Yep.
But no, it was pretty good. So yeah, I'm up to 4. I watched 4, so I've got 5, and I think I had 3 more. Wait, hang on.
So no,
I have 5, 6, and 2 7s. I think is how it goes.
I think that's it. I'm trying to remember because the last one's a two-parter, and so
so it's 5, 6.
all the diehard fans.
Thinking, I was like, oh, I got 4 more, now 3.
Yeah. And there's some of them I've probably watched, like I've watched them multiple times, but it's been several years now since I even watched any of them. And so a lot of it kind of bleeds together.
Sure.
And it's like trying to remember, okay, what's the order here? How does that, like, what happens when exactly? Because I just know, again, it is just that progression, know? Because you've done Stone, Hidden Chamber, Secret Chamber, whatever it is, Prisoner of Azkaban, and then there's that one where's there's the contest with the different schools.
I think The Prisoner is the one that I just watched.
You just watched The Prisoner, okay?
I think that's the one. Yeah, I was gonna say, if only we had some magical device that we could look up things, Google it, perhaps.
Exactly.
Even
just kind of get the order down. So it's
right.
Okay. So Prisoner of Azkaban's 3. Goblet of Fire is the 4th one. That's the one. That's the one with the contest. And that's where at the very end. That's where you see the big bad. Actually, not attached to the back of someone else's head or
right. No crazy
stuff,
crazy stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then, now you get into, so then you've got Goblet of Fire, Order of the Phoenix. So you got 1, 2, and then you have, it is Deathly Hallows a 2-parter? Maybe there is only 7.
Well, there's 2
part
parts.
1 and part 2.
The last one is part 1 and 2.
It is part 1, part 2. Okay, right.
Because I have because
so
I kept going like, I've got 4 left, 3 left, nope, 4 left. Hang on, how's this number going?
I needed to expand the list. So so you're basically halfway through.
Right, because it's really 8.
Yeah.
Even
And they needed to, because I think each of those are pretty dang long. And that's the other thing too. They'll start to get longer.
All of them were long. All of them have been long so far.
Like, what's the?
I thought they were all at least 2.5 hours, or in that ballpark.
Let me see. So, Goblet of Fire is the last one you just saw. Let me see that one. Runtime, that's 2.5. Then I like it better when they give you the next one that you can just click on it instead of having to go back and.
Yeah, the one before, I swore all of them were right in that 2.5 hour.
Yeah, that one's actually
all of them I've seen so far.
Shorter, and then Deathly Hallows.
Hallows the last one.
See, I think what's going on is, okay, this makes sense. So what it is so actually Goblet, when you just finish, I think that's one of the longer ones.
Yeah,
and then you get into the next ones, even though those are pretty close, and then boom. And then they basically, the individual for part 7, for 7, part 1 and 2, individually they're about just over 2 hours, but when you consider it's 2 parts of, technically the same, book,
right.
That's like a 3 hour, that's a 3 to 4 hour sit down.
Sure.
If you watch it all together.
Right.
Yeah, it's been so long.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I've started in on it. Our friend Sith will be happy to have heard that.
Yeah, because that game is coming around the corner, I think.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so for folks who don't know, we've got a little bit of WWE 2K22 going in the background. If you watched our last stream together, we were kind of running through each of our top 5 wrestlers. So I have all 10 of those guys coming in random orders. I have no idea who's coming in when. I've been testing it out. So far, it's predominantly been the last guy in ends up winning it.
So Royal Rumble, right? That's yeah.
You never know. Sean's in it. Sean's still in this one.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
He wasn't number 1 on this one, but he could, he's the Iron Man of the Royal Rumbles. So
that is true. That is true.
He could.
Yeah, right now I got 3 of my guys in there right now. So we just got to toss Raven out, and then we'll.
And I just downloaded Raven. I haven't tweaked any of their settings or anything. I think as far as the rating goes, I think he's the worst.
Oh, well,
because a lot of them are now. Good number of these aren't even downloaded, but
I was gonna say not to be disrespectful.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
but it's
3 guys that are in there.
It's I wouldn't give him a major bump.
Sure,
but I'd give him at least a little bit. He shouldn't be as low as he is.
He is in there with yeah. Even though Jarrett made fun of me in the last one, saying that I just picked all the front runners, and of course you picked. I mean, if Ric Flair and there's an Undertaker, of course they're on the list. I wasn't picking the top list, man. It was just. We'll have to do that one day. We need to pick our not even individually. Let's have the debate.
Figure out who the top guys. Yeah.
Our 4. I would be interested if we could ever come to a consensus on a top 4, top 5 Mount Rushmore. I say Mount Rushmore just because it's 4, but 5 is a better number. I don't know why. Then
I think 5's good.
Yeah, maybe we can. We have to go with a consensus that we agree. Not our favorite, not our favorite guys, but come with. And we'll have to run some type of metric. I don't know. I was going to say we'll have to come up with criteria
because you're going to have kind of just general popularity.
And popularity is a huge part of it. I mean, hey.
Oh no. I mean, I think it is going to be huge. I think general. I think off the top of my head, I can think of
wrestling
popularity, draw rate, which will come close to each other, but you're going to have some guys in there that are going to have some big house numbers. Who may not necessarily be as
Stone Cold popular. Man. You're gonna have a hard time beating Stone Cold in the draw rate.
Ric Flair.
Yeah. Man, over for the money, only because of time period. Ric Flair from because he was there for 10,000 years.
Well, I mean, I was just saying, but even individual houses that he would draw, where you got to consider that. It wasn't just that he was the top guy. There were other big names in there like that, but he was the only reason why people were going. They were only going for Flair.
Well, I mean, perfect example of that is his last.
Oh, I know.
His last match. His most recently last match.
Yeah, well, exactly.
His current
wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I hope it's his last one.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah, I do too. That was. I mean, I am all for kayfabe. We another thing that we're going to discuss on the channel here at some point. We're going to have the battle between Jarrett and I as far as not buying into kayfabe like it's real, but the disbelief, cutting off your disbelief versus Jarrett. So,
it's hard for me to separate the behind the scenes stuff. Wait a minute, why are there 2 Ric Flairs?
I was just getting ready to ask that, and I thought it was just
fix your game, 2K.
I was like, you see two people. I thought it was just locking up on my end. I was going to ask you about it. I was like,
nah, I think they glitched.
Well, no. Think about it. Dirtiest player in the game. So if there was a way that he could have cloned himself to make sure he won, this is a Ric Flair thing. I gotta say.
Suspended disbelief, and then it's just falling.
Dirtiest player in the game. That's what I'm going with.
He is. He is.
The funny thing is, I had Flair on my list, yet I hate Flair. It's the funniest conundrum that it is that we came up with there.
And see, again, like, to me, that just means he was doing his job. Like, his intention.
I will be honest with you. That's the only reason that Joker's on the list.
Yeah, it's to get,
absolutely the only reason, because
you to hate him. You know,
here I am, 40. How old am I? 45, and I am still to this day disliking Ric Flair. Now, if I met him in real life, sure, you know, that's we're in a different world. But wrestling world, nah, screw that dude.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think the other thing, I was
thinking because 10-year-old me,
sure, he was going up against your guy
and messed up Sting over and over. So
and the other thing, I just had a thought. Because I guess the other thing for me, too, is that I think I also watched enough wrestling. I mean, I started watching it so young that, especially by the time I was probably about 10 or so, I had seen enough heel face swaps
back and forth.
You know, just depending on what was going on. Well, not just to where it's just that whole thing. Like, I wasn't necessarily, like, the whole idea of just like rooting for the baby face had gone out the window, and I just seen so enough swaps, and so it was, you know,
right.
But I mean, like,
so
as far as
for
like,
me,
it
wasn't so much Sting being. It was a bit of that, of course, because you know, when you're young, you're like, good is good, and right is right, and wrong is wrong, black and white, clear, very clear delineations.
Oh, see, I almost always rooted for the heels. Like, when I was doing it, I was always rooting for like the quote-unquote bad guys, I guess. Yeah.
I was one of the little stingers, man. You know, I was like, all right, Sting's my boy. I didn't watch regularly enough to have any sort of a, we talked about this on last stream, but I didn't watch it regularly enough to have any sort of real, like, long-term, I can follow this dude or follow that dude or see. It was Saturday morning from 12 to 1, and that was what I saw. It wasn't even every Saturday. It was like every third Saturday that I could see. So I remember there being at some point some black scorpion that was going to come and attack Sting, which was kind of weird because he had the black scorpion on his yellow tights. So, which ended up just being Flair.
Yeah.
But so it was always Flair. It was always Flair.
Well, I think Flair at that point in time, if I remember right, and just kind of knowing like wrestling the way a lot of that stuff would go down, Flair probably had kind of like a get out of a town match or something like that, or I quit match, where it's like, yeah, okay, now you're quitting, say WCW or whatever it was. And then basically he took a page out of Dusty Rhodes' book, and then comes in with like a mask, or comes in as like a completely different character, quote unquote. Because Dusty Rhodes was like the Midnight Rider. He came out with a mask because he lost a match to, I think it might have been Flair or Magnum TA or somebody like that. He lost a match where it was like, you quit, like, not like I quit the match, like you quit wrestling match.
Oh, right.
And so then he comes out.
Hogan
out
did
with
that thing at some point too. They came out like the blue meanie, not blue meanie. It was like he had some blue mask on. Everybody, I think, has pulled that at some point. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well,
it's like Bobby Valentine. You don't watch baseball, but back in I'll say it was like 2000. It's one of the funniest things as far as baseball. It would be one of those things that you go, you should do that, but you never actually do it. Go look up Bobby Valentine. He was the Mets manager at the time, and he got kicked out of a game. and he came back in the dugout. So when you get kicked out of the game in baseball, you obviously have to leave the dugout. You don't have to leave the stadium, but you got to leave the dugout. You're not,
sure.
And you're right. So there's always been rumors of people down the hallway. So dugouts in baseball, there's the dugout, and then there's a tunnel that kind of leads away from the dugout. There's always been rumors of people kind of down the hallway, just inside the hall, where, yelling out to their players to tell what they're doing, stuff like that have been kicked out of the game. But no one was as brazen. If you ever want to get a good laugh, go Google Bobby Valentine disguise.
Okay.
He went in, he went in, he leaves the dugout, got kicked out of the game, argued with the umpire or whatever. He gets kicked out. He comes back into the dugout with like a fake mustache and glasses, like black rim glasses and a fake mustache, and just sits on the bench. Like, it's all good. He just went Halloween costume down the hallway. First off, he had it.
I was going to say, that's what I was about to say.
Like that's not something you just happen to have. That dude had it. So it's not like he was in the moment and just was, this is a good idea, we're going to do it. He had it. Because nobody just has a pair of black glasses and a fake mustache sitting around.
No.
At work, no less. Not even at like home. Hey, home, all right, you probably had an old Halloween costume. No. It's none of that. It's not like baseball goes on during Halloween. Like, none of that is a thing. You need the playoffs maybe, but not. You don't just have this laying around your office. That dude came back into the game. He came back into where he would sit normally as the manager, and the camera's like on him. I mean, it's obvious as hell who he is. He's just like,
and he's like completely messing with everybody at this point, because it was one of the funniest things. Yeah, he comes in, Bobby Valentine. I was like, that will always be. Plus, I'm a Mets fan, so that'll always stick with me.
Sure.
But yeah.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Cause that means you're pretty much just prepared for it. You're ready just in case something comes up, and it's
That was easily one of the funniest things.
You have the best man to throw together a figure four. Is he going to do it? No, well, I guess in a rumble it doesn't. Well, and I guess in a rumble it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, it's true.
Hit him! Nobody's hitting the guy on the outside of the rope. See, that's the thing. That's between having just all CPUs.
And then just leaves them. Like,
He's
fine. He's fine.
Yeah.
Walk that off.
And we go think about the. Well, I guess I see what he's doing. He's not actually doing the figure four move. He's doing kind of that prep move where he's cranking the kind of the ankle and the knee. It's sort of that. Let me break you in a little bit before I actually slap the figure four on you. But still, it doesn't make much sense to put a figure four on somebody in a rumble match.
No. Oh no.
Oh, there we go. One of them's out. Now it's just Raven and Ric Flair. Flair, we'll call him Flair number 2.
Flair, well, I mean, he's still in, so 1. I mean, because... Are you sure he's not the original?
I'll call it the original just because I can't remember what the other guy thing. The letters on his trunks is in the right place, so we'll call him 1. Maybe the other guy had him on the other side. maybe
that's it.
So
all right, so
yeah,
what were we
let's
gonna,
actually
we
get to the topic of the night.
Officially,
this is going to be a kind of a rambling kind of, we don't have anything prepped or anything, but I figured one of the most topical things right now, and kind of more just kind of as wrestling fans in general, Vince McMahon stepping down from WWE with all this stuff going on. I mean, for anyone other than like someone like Vince McMahon, I would say it was time, but like from his perspective, they would have probably just had to like drag his dead body out of his office.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And okay,
that was the plan, I think.
I mean, all right, you know what? Or he'd have been like just like on a headset at home, like, you know, calling everything.
Yeah. Okay, so this is what needs to happen. And then, who's the biggest, strongest guy we have? Yeah, make him win. Okay.
Is he Samoan?
Yeah, is he Samoan?
Is he Samoan?
Okay, go with him.
Now he's gonna win.
Yeah. Is he Samoan or John Cena? No.
John Cena. Where's John Cena?
Does he look like John Cena?
John Cena? Where's Austin? Where's Austin?
Yeah.
Let's get Austin in there.
Yeah.
You know. And so my biggest thing is that for me, WWE has been hard to even follow, much less watch. Really,
so let's talk about that. Let's talk about that for a second.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, let's talk about the past 10 years, or so, 5 at least.
Yeah,
where it's been rough. It's the on again, off again, no storyline. No storyline. 1 week is this guy, next week is that guy. 50-50 booking. I'm throwing terms out where you know that is 50-50 booking, where you have the, you know, this week Ian and Jarrett wrestle and Jarrett wins, and next week Ian wins, and then the match is up. That's it.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah.
Moving on to other unrelated, no story, no bringing you in kind of a thing. So that's always. I'll let Jarrett. I was gonna say you jump in after me on this.
Yep.
For me, Jarrett and I, this is where we kind of differ, and then maybe cross over at times as far as agreeing on this type of thing. It's all about storyline for me. So if I'm gonna sit there and suspend disbelief and be able to do all of that, and you know what, not see the person per se, but follow the story and see the wrestler and the, you know, really just invest my time doing something more than watching on YouTube just to see who won or lost type of deal. I need the story. I need you to give me a reason to watch this, and I don't mean watch it today. I mean watch it over the next month, that type of thing. Why do I want to watch the premium live event or any of this other, or I've got other things. There's tons of stuff going on in life. Why am I going to spend the next 2 hours watching
3 hours
this story? 3 hours. Yeah, exactly. My bad. You're absolutely right. 3 hours at least once. That's only once a week if I don't watch SmackDown or, you know, that type of thing.
Sure.
Why am I going to invest in this particular storyline? And if you're jumping around and there's no storyline, and this week is this person and next week is that person, and then they're suddenly teammates the third week, is why? What's the point?
Right. Yeah.
That's where I haven't watched, where I haven't been locked into WWE. Not locked in, not like I used to be. Not, I mean, by any stretch of the imagination. I am probably one of those fans that fall in the demographic that I watch it on YouTube. You know,
sure.
I catch the highlights.
Yep.
You know, I watch Simon Miller.
Oh heck yeah! Absolutely,
you know, yeah. I pop over and watch Simon Miller. Yeah, that happened. You know, whereas I'm actually gonna watch an AEW match, like the show.
Right.
I watch the whole show. You know,
right.
That type of thing.
Right.
And it's for that reason. I don't have any investment in the wrestler, not necessarily the person, but the wrestler, the storyline, the something
the character, the product being put on the screen,
product,
all
whatever,
of it. Yeah.
Whatever, you know, fantasy world that I'm gonna. If you want me to buy it, okay, great. I'm not. You can't have half-baked, goofy characters that make no sense. Don't follow any sort of a storyline or theme or anything. Hit or miss week to week. And that's sort of what it had become. So that was me. Anyhow, I rambled on long enough.
No. I got a list. I've got like the Chris Jericho list, but to start on your first point there, I've basically got the same thought, but just from a different perspective, I guess.
Sure.
I look at it like I think like really like at the end of the day, like you always think about like, okay, like one of those jobs, like if you're not doing what you are doing, what would you like to be doing? And I think like being like behind the scenes of a wrestling promotion would be one of those jobs. Like because I think about it more like, but to your point is absolutely the product on the screen needs to be enticing to people. It needs to draw people in, and it needs to be able to do it even if it is the only show in town. You know, right. And it needs to, you know, the story.
Sometimes it's hard to compete against yourself.
Yeah, because you don't have a good idea. See, now this is where this is going to get to. I'm going to touch on NXT in a little bit, because this is what I was hoping that NXT could actually kind of do for WWE. And I also think that's what they really should have done. Well, no, I'm talking about that.
We're gonna get there. Yeah.
We're gonna get there.
I should have segued.
But like you talk about competing against yourself. This is kind of what I was hoping that NXT could really help to provide there. And to an extent, it felt like it was for a time. But like I said, I'll get into my gripes there, my airing of grievances around how NXT was handled. In a bit, but speaking back to that kind of that first point, kind of just sort of the through line is that one, again, you know, we'll see if Trips can work within these confines. But personally, we'll
stay in the past for now. Let's not.
But no, for me, I mean, I think that a wrestling promotion should never be a publicly traded entity.
Yeah, I always remember you saying that.
Because you start to throw in too much red tape and other rules that you got to follow and different things that you've got to do that just muddy up what a solid wrestling promotion really needs to be. There's a lot more freedom.
You start bringing in the boardroom.
Yeah.
And boardroom of people that are not wrestling people.
No.
These are number crunching.
And you start having to listen more. You probably have people from the networks that you're on far more involved. You've got just all these little things that, you know, kind of have it be the main. And I mean, for me, it's like I'm going to actually kind of take COVID out of this for WWE, because really, honestly, I don't think like there was enough evidence of them really messing up how they handle things even before COVID. But if you look at it in general, one of the big things for me is that like the live show, it's almost like how you have like a sports entity. The live show is the real show. And then you have the television. You're reaching more people, but that live event, like again, entice people, give them a reason to go live, go to the show, go to the, sell out the arena, and they were having problems doing that. You could see, like even before COVID, you could see where they had things like darkened out, like this. I'm like, okay, wait a minute, am I watching like pre-Bischoff WCW, or am I watching an ECW? Like, what is going on here? Like, they had shit blacked out, like sections like blacked out, whereas before, it would look like what this looks.
Sort of the shot at the beginning of Raw, right?
Right. Where they would like the whole, like you would just see the whole. They would pan the whole crowd, and now before COVID hit, you would see it where the camera would be on someone in the ring.
Right.
Because they couldn't do the pan shot around the arena because the people weren't freaking there.
They weren't there. Now, to kind of go into the business world of that, I was watching and reading about, I can't remember exactly where it was now, but basically the money, WWE, the entity, has never been more profitable.
Yeah.
Than it is right now.
Yeah.
Now, you as a fan, me as a fan, we're like, what kind of crazy world is that, right? But they've never been more profitable. And for the first time, I think it was the last year or the year before was the first one of those two. But basically, post-COVID was the first time that outside companies, company to company, get the terminology here right. Company to company transaction was the bigger money for WWE.
Right.
That spells the end for fans.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that means I don't really care. And they said the prediction is actually next year or the year after. It was like 56-44 split in that first time ever type of deal. And they said basically next year or the year after, it's going to be something like 80-20. But not 80 for the fans, 20 for it's going to be 80% business to business. So Fox, the TV deals, things like that, it's business to business, as opposed to the fan paying their money or buying T-shirts or WWE Network or whatever, whatever direct fan money to WWE where they're relying on that. That's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, and I don't want to segue yet because we still have a lot of Vince McMahon to talk about. But that is the difference between Stephanie McMahon and Khan. I forget which
Nick Khan
is. Not Tony. I know it's not Tony.
Yeah, it's Nick. Nick over at it's over at WWE right now. Yeah.
Right. Basically, the difference between those two people, and I use Stephanie as the kind of the old school guard type of thing. It's about the fan. It's about the product. It's about what we're putting out there, because that's her blood, right?
Yeah.
Nick Khan doesn't. He wouldn't know that if it bit him in the butt. So, he's the business guy, and I'm not knocking him. I mean, hey, good for you. I wish I was making half the money you did. So, good for you, man.
Again, it's like for me, it's just okay, great, go do that someplace else. Stay the hell out of wrestling. But again, this goes to my point. Should never be a publicly traded entity in the first place, because you don't need that crap mixed into things. We see how many times we've seen where bands have had like executives poking their fingers and noses into like productions of albums, where then you have albums that are just complete crap and doesn't even like sound anything like what they would do because the executives had too much control. Same thing with television shows.
Right.
We see this kind of stuff where once you get the MBAs, people with the MBAs in place, as opposed to like the true creatives and actually know what they're going for, it completely loses its soul. It loses its heart. It loses all of it. Yep.
I was gonna say, side note, looks like Arn Anderson won. Arn Anderson with the win.
Double A. Yeah, see what happens. Again, I'm just kind of having it.
Knocked out his fellow Four Horsemen.
Well, they're not on the best of terms right now anyway, so that kind of makes sense.
That's true. Yeah, that actually might be a little apropos there.
So, also kind of on at least my point about the business side of it, they have, and they probably still do. Again, this is something else we'll see what Trips does and Stephanie, but they have got too many TV writers and not enough people that are like good at like coaching wrestling promos. Now,
so speaking of wrestling promos,
yeah,
one of the biggest knocks on WWE is specifically WWE is the scripting of promos and not letting people be people.
Right.
How you feel?
But again, to me, that's again like you need to cut that crap out of the business. Like for me, there's two ways you go with it. You've got somebody who has the chops, maybe they're a little green, then you have somebody from within the business that could, like, okay, so like pie in the sky type stuff. Like you could like hire someone like a Jake Roberts as nothing but a promo coach. You know, he's in the business. He knows how to cut a wrestling promo, and so could coach people on how to do that. Or you give them a manager. You give them someone who can't talk.
Right?
I mean, it's Yokozuna, Taker when he first came out, Kane when he didn't talk for a decade. He always had somebody, you know. You've got guys who either they don't speak English very well, or they have no business being on the mic to begin with. Wrestling has been filled with that, so they give them Bobby the Brain Heenan.
We were laughing at what's his name the other day? What's the one? Do it again. Do it again. We're live, pal.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We're live. Right? You know, one of the funniest.
Sid Vicious. Right. Sid Vicious.
Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna have guys like that. They're gonna have the look. They're gonna have everything else. They're just not gonna have it upstairs to present themselves out. But then you can have guys like Ultimate Warrior and Scott Steiner, where they're so comically bad that you just need to let them go. And that works too. You know,
keep rolling.
It's
what did they say? We have no idea. None.
It's be a train wreck or be incredible. The worst thing you can be is boring,
spits out
or
water.
Like
Cold or hot.
Somehow sound unbelievable. That's the biggest thing. And when you give people too many words that they have to say that
don't
aren't
sound like them.
Yeah, they're not words they would say.
No.
Like period, you know? Yeah. Now sure, you have actors. I mean, even if actors will work with directors and scriptwriters and say, yep, I get exactly what you're talking about here. I know exactly what you want me to say. How about I say it like this?
Well, some of the best lines in movies. I mean,
sure,
real movies, not WWE in any way. I mean, actual movies. Some of the absolute best lines are off the cuff moments of reactionary, where the actor or actress is reacting to something in their voice, not
necessarily, or at least they understand the character enough.
That was hilarious.
Yeah. It's kind of that trick between you. Yeah, you're in character, you bring in enough of yourself, but it's like, okay, this is me if I was in this situation, and I have like a couple tweaks to my history. This is what I would say, and like, or like you said, like a live reaction.
Example for that, playing not Daredevil. Why my brain going blank? I can see him plain as day.
What was the actor's name you said?
Ryan Reynolds.
Oh,
plays...
Deadpool.
Huh? Yeah, Deadpool. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all. Yeah. Most of that perfect. Stuff is him just spouting off
just
stuff.
Him
he was smart. He wore the. I'm saying he was smart. He wore the brown pants. That was completely ad-libbed.
Yeah. Because that's what he would say. Like, you just know your character. Robert Downey Jr. when he's playing Iron Man, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You just know your character.
Yeah.
And you respond in such. So.
If you listen to guys, and I'm glad that there's a lot of kind of the old guard, like the really old guard, now have podcasts. Or at least if anything, there's like a YouTube channel where it's like maybe like the same guy, and he's interviewing like a slew of guys, but he has like some regular people that they're talking to. Like I said, Dutch Mantel's one, and of course Jim Cornette has his own wrestling thing, and especially guys that have done. Eric Bischoff has one. Guys that have been on the back end of it, especially guys that have done any kind of booking. Or managing or anything like that.
Sure.
You know, Cornette's been the voice. Like, he had 2 studs in the Midnight Express that could just get it done in the ring. And probably two of the best to ever do it. No, you don't want them on a mic. Not for very long. A couple words here and there. Few things here and there.
Burst
but
phrases.
No.
Yeah.
But then you've got one of the best to ever do it on the mic for them, and to be able to just drop promos. And it basically was just, really it just kind of comes down to you got 2 or 3 beats, maybe 4, that you need to get through. This is it's gonna be you and us, this day, this time, and this place. Everything else you could just make it sound believable, but you don't need a script for. It's like you want to whoop their ass, if anything else, because they have the audacity to think that they're good enough to be in the same ring as you do, as you are. Like, period. That could be enough right there, especially for like a heel group coming in, or heel wrestler, basically say like, what the hell do you think you're doing, pal? You can't even lace my boots. That kind of thing.
Heel, you do get a lot more freedom. I think of one of the funniest promos. I was watching one of these, best of or worst of type. I think it was this old promo that Christian, he completely forgot what he was saying mid-sentence.
Sure.
Guy out there was like, I think he started making up words. It was horrible. It was a horrible one. It was. I watched it back. I'm like, wow, he was just making. When I say he made up words, I mean legitimately he made up smashed words together that were not words. It was all over the place, and he was just like the douchiest dude that you could possibly be, because he was making up words. I mean, it was he was during the Edge and Christian, let's pause for 10 seconds during all that, and he comes to the back and Vince McMahon's like, that was awesome. And he was like, really? I did everything. He was like, you're a heel, aren't you? You're supposed
That's
to
where it's just, you just got to turn up the intensity and just kind of just, and that's, but you can have, and that's where you can have, I think you're right. I think you can hide a lot with being a heel, because you got a little more to kind of go back to. Mm-hmm. But there have been like some of the best ones, like Dusty's Son of a Plumber. He was a face at that point in time, and it's just like one of those ones where he just came out there. He didn't know exactly what he was going to say, but he felt it, and he was saying the words as if like, this is like, okay, this is like, to your point, and I was like, okay, this is real right now at this point in time. This is real, and I believe it. And if I believe it, I can make the fans believe it. And boom, you just say the words that you need to say. This is what I would say in this moment. And then I'm going to find some little spark of inspiration, and then boom. The other thing I would say too is
the ones that get you.
Yeah,
those are the ones that get me.
Oh, I mean, and I think most fans. I mean, again, like I said, I mean, like the way I look at it is, again, is definitely more of an anomaly for people that are kind of more on the fan side of things. Again, I think more like someone on the inside, even though I'm not. But I think about it more from the mechanics of it, the structure of it, the show, how things are staged, how like, I think more like, okay, this person came through. Okay, they must have had him sitting there ready to go, queued up, ready to go, so he can make that run in, like stuff like that, But that's not necessarily going to be everybody's cup of tea. They're going to be there to actually watch the show.
To counterpoint that, for me, and that I enjoy, as we've said before, that type of thing. That's where you and I kind of differ. I want to enjoy the spectacle. I want to enjoy. Oh man, here comes Taker. Oh, here comes whoever it is. Oh, the lights went out. Here we go. Oh yeah, I want to enjoy the moment and what is happening. In the moment and in the ring. And to do that, I have to buy in.
You have to buy in.
Whoever's in the ring.
But here's the thing, like for them,
I have to believe.
And then
be able to suspend that disbelief.
The people to buy in, you got to pull it off.
You're right.
That's the thing.
Be able to
the back end of things, all that stuff has to be on point. The people have to do the promo. The match has to pull off without a hitch. What you do, and the other thing too is like some of like the like would be like considered the quote unquote booking. The in-ring work has gotten way too choreographed and set up way ahead of time.
To the point that you see it.
There's not as much of, okay, you guys know what you need to do. Here's whatever extra stuff might come up. This person might run in here, this thing, okay. Here's the finish.
Here's your finish, here's the middle, here's the beginning.
Everything else.
Well, you don't even need the beginning.
No, because you're meeting up, unless it might be something where you might like catch somebody off on the ring, walking to the ring, that kind of thing, maybe. Right. But for the most part, no, you don't even have to know that. You're both going to start in the ring. Boom. 99 out of 100 times. That's how it's going to start, or at least it should start.
This amount of time. Here's rough. I think you probably need something in the middle, just almost to give you a sense of it's in the middle. Like, hey, okay, we've done this, just for your own mental thing. That's where the experience of being in the ring comes in, and also that's where the ref comes in. Like the guy with the bell actually isn't the timekeeper. It's the ref. They tell you that he is. They call him. That's his name.
I know.
He's not the time.
He just gets to sit there with the bell.
I want to be that.
It's the guys that basically what's been now, and like will always forever be known as the gorilla position.
Sure.
And the ref.
Right behind the curtain.
Yeah. But it's the ref.
It's going out before you go through the curtain.
It's basically where you're saying.
I don't know if there's really a curtain anymore, but whatever that is.
Well,
you walk up the stairs or out to the audience.
And it's basically, like the ref really is like a big part of his job is to understand, okay, this is set for 10 minutes. I've got maybe a minute and a half wiggle room here.
Right.
Okay, We're getting down to about the 4.5, 5 minute mark. I'm going to let the heel know that we've hit the half spot. Because the heel drives the match.
Sure, of course, right.
Until the come home, until the pump up, especially
the final, whatever the ending is
exactly. But you're usually going to have the face, even if he fails at it, and usually if the face feels screwed, he got screwed over. Yeah, right. That kind of thing, because the heel shouldn't be able to beat the face straight up.
No, that's the deal.
But you have some variations of that. You could have someone like a Daniel Bryan, where damn well he can beat everybody. It's just he's gonna beat you technically straight up, but he's gonna hold on to that hold like a count past exactly that kind of thing. And he's not gonna necessarily need to flat out cheat because he is that good, but he's gonna do little things differently that is just going to
gamesmanship.
Yeah, exactly. Just kind of how you're gonna play just a little bit, and I'm gonna
right.
Or it's like, or you could have guys where it's not even necessarily that they cheat, but they're also going to, they catch you, usually especially if someone with like some kind of a striking move, then I've already knocked you out clear on the floor. I know I can count you to 3. I'm going to pick you up at 2 and beat you some more.
Right.
Like you're pretty much toast. Like you're done. Like you're just a wet noodle in this position. I didn't even necessarily have to cheat to beat you, but I did like enough heelish stuff to get you there, and especially at the end. Especially at the end as we get there.
I beat you, and now I'm humiliating you.
Exactly. Little stuff like that, But like old school wise, you're right. I mean, old school wise, the idea was that the heel should never be able to beat the faces straight up unless it's just a squash. And like it's just you got enhancement talent, which is where a lot of this stuff was, because that's basically had them going up against jobbers,
sure,
just to show them off and book them strong. AA again.
Are there even jobbers out there? Oh, did he get it again? Yeah, he did.
My boy. Man. Also, before we transition off again and talk about like talking off the cuff.
Yeah.
Right? 2 things in particular, because we're looking at AA right here. The first one, The very fact that there is a stable called the Four Horsemen was because of an Arn Anderson ad lib. He had this whole promo about the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse coming straight at you, and you can't do anything about it. And that's where the whole Four Horsemen stable, the name for it, and the fingers. He did it right there because he was just counting. It's four of us.
Yeah.
He was just being very straightforward about it.
People.
But it's like there's four of us,
Sometimes
and then like he did
are
that.
Not hard.
No.
Sometimes you just say what you're thinking or what's the material given.
Or if you got.
What are we talking about? Four.
Especially if you.
Horsemen.
Yeah, because I think the whole thing was like, I think what it was like it started somewhere. I can't remember if it was like that specific promo or promo before, but it was basically like something about like I can't remember if it was Arn or someone else, but basically the whole idea was like they were the thoroughbreds of wrestling.
Right.
And that kind of set that seed.
Goes down the horse road.
And then it's Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. And the fact that he did it with the back of his hand facing. That's just how he did it.
Sure.
Because that's just how he would do
honestly, is the way you would do it. It's harder to go like this.
Yeah.
Into a camera it's
exactly.
It's awkward.
Yeah, it's easier to just
turn my hand around and
yeah.
I'm looking at four. One, two,
but if he'd happened to decide like that one time to do like that, now it also would have looked dumb because you had the thumb kind of showing there. I mean, it just makes more sense. But like that, but also Austin 316.
That was the next one I was gonna say.
That was straight off the cuff.
Everybody's coming with their John 316. Well, Austin 316.
It was going up. It was his feud with Jake the Snake Roberts.
Right.
Who was kind of playing sort of kind of a bit of a born again kind of playing off sort of a bit more of kind of the more annoying self-righteous side that people will take with that, right? And so that was where it was like, and Jake was given still like really good promos, even though it was maybe a little bit less sinister, but it's still kind of playing that self-righteous angle. And he was the one that said like John,
there's an easy sinister Southern Baptist preacher.
Sure.
And I'm not picking Baptist.
No, but I mean, the trope is there. It exists. It's there for a reason.
They're usually the bad guys in movies. So just saying.
But it was Jake that actually quoted John 3:16.
Right.
And
which
so then
football game. If
Austin,
you're a sports fan, you've seen
Austin
it all
comes
over the
in.
place. Yeah.
Austin comes in and says, you know, you be talking about your born again Christianity. You can be talking about all this stuff. You can be equating your John 3:16. Well, Austin 3:16 says, "I just whooped your ass."
Right.
Like,
and
boom,
that became the shirt.
Because Steve Williams, aka Steve Austin, is from Texas, and it's just one of those things where you just grow up knowing how to talk like that, because you're from Texas, and. So
again, he was no longer stunning Steve Austin. I don't know how that was a thing.
He wasn't the ring. Well, he had when he first came in.
I don't remember the ringmaster, so I don't remember that.
But when he first came in, he was stunning Steve Austin. He actually had long blonde hair, and he actually had a pretty good physique.
WCW.
It was.
Yeah, he was in WCW at that point.
Yeah, I know it was like you had the stunning Steve Austin, and he couldn't be Steve Williams because he had Dr. Death Steve Williams.
Oh, right.
So he picked Austin for being in Texas to be his last name. Mm-hmm. And then it was sometime like he was kind of thinking about like how to like change up his gimmick a little bit, toughen himself up a little bit more.
Well, he went to black trunks and.
Well, he was already dealing with leg issues at that point, so he couldn't be as athletic as he was. He had to be a bit more of a brawler, and so it was like I think he had his wife bring him a beer, and it was like in the back of the fridge, and he grabbed me. Like, the first thought of his head was like, "Damn, that's stone cold." Another phrase from Texas. And that was like Stone Cold Steve Austin again, bringing the rattlesnake in there because again,
sure,
Texas.
Very Texas-y
again, it's not that hard. You just kind of think about like, okay, what's around me? What have I seen?
Yeah,
what did I grow up with? Boom, like
yeah.
And he basically creates a character. Again, this is before Vince McMahon got to and like him. It seemed like Vince with a lot more of that. I think WCW forced Vince to back. He had to back away from the rock and wrestling. Exactly. He had to back away from that a little bit. He couldn't do the whole like.
The time was changing. Because he was getting whipped.
But that
let's be real. He was getting.
Oh, he was.
Whipped.
Oh yeah. 83 weeks.
His old school way of we're gonna have this larger than life but kind of dorky.
Yeah.
Way of you know, eat your vitamins and say your prayers and all that other.
And I'm gonna make a plumber into a gimmick. I'm gonna make it, like
IRS man. What's the one? Yeah.
Mac Rotunda. Yeah. Like,
but the world was changing. I mean, it was on its way. So the whole Attitude Era, everybody's like, oh, Vince started the Attitude Era. That's how he won. Actually, he didn't start the Attitude Era. It took over. There's a difference.
Yeah.
Sometimes
the tone of the wrestling fan and the tone of America at the time, just the tone of it was grunge. It was very kind of
against.
Yeah.
And the internet was becoming a thing. People are starting to realize these are real people,
right,
and not clowns.
Right.
Wearing makeup. And to that credit, there's one guy who you think you couldn't imagine, or at least for me, I couldn't imagine wrestling without him. But if you think of his gimmick, it is a very hard gimmick to go through all of those times and still be relevant.
Oh, Taker.
Undertaker.
Yeah.
The Undertaker is a dead man, a zombie. I mean, like, let's lay it out for a second. He is a zombie that is able to have some mystical power, that kind of comes and goes depending on the day.
Sure.
And is able to fight people in the ring. If you look at it from that perspective, you don't understand how the Undertaker rolls still. And yet, the Attitude Era without him is not the same.
No.
Previously, it isn't the same.
And we spoke about this in the last one, but to Mark Calloway's credit, what he was able to do with that character, and just the fact that he was the phenom in the ring, looking at his size, looking at what he could do, how he could move, just the way he owned that character flat out.
Different time too.
Yeah,
that wasn't the norm.
No, he was kind of on that tail end. He was really kind of the last vestige
of the dinosaurs, as Michaels would say. Your boy.
Sure, the big guys, the gimmicky, big, But see, I think the best thing was like Taker had that other gear that a lot of the big guys didn't, because he was just that much of an athlete. He could keep up enough. Sure, he wasn't going to be as fast as Shawn, but he was
didn't need to be, though.
Fast
he just
enough.
Needed to be able to make it look,
Yeah. He could get in a match with Shawn Michaels or some of your other smaller guys, fast-paced guys, and not force the match to slow down, because he could go. Yeah.
While not disappearing.
Yeah.
And that's a hard thing to do.
But think about it, to be able to come in, do the whole like true to form Undertaker thing, to go into the ministry view, to then completely drop it, come back as a biker,
right?
With freaking Limp Bizkit as your theme song.
I gotta say, I did not like that time.
And then
that bill, biker.
And then,
even though that's probably the most real Mark Calloway,
it was.
But
then he would start. But then, actually, probably like my favorite. Like Taker, to be honest, is the Dead Man Inc. Taker, because he started to incorporate. he basically, the whole Dead Man Inc. character was the transition back.
He was going back. Yeah, he was.
And he slow rolled it. Long-term booking.
Again, thank you. You beat me to it, man. You beat me to it.
Long-term booking.
Thinking ahead.
Yeah.
Getting people like me to buy in that this would be the natural progression.
Setting seeds.
Next week, he's the Undertaker with the dead man, and he's got crosses behind him. And then the next week, he's riding in a motorcycle. Like, these things don't jive. I don't. What's happening?
They don't give things a second. They don't like okay, bringing it to kind of talking about like the Dead Man, the long play, and like bringing in an example from right now. Judgment Day. What was Edge's stable? They didn't give that a minute before they're bringing in Finn Balor, kicking Edge out. Like
they summed up. We talked about this off stream one time.
Yeah,
we talked about this off stream one time. What is the point of a stable, right? What is the purpose of a stable? I'll let you do the if you want to. If not to put you on the spot.
No. You
do it.
You do your fan, like probably from the fan side of things. I might be able to speak a bit more from maybe from the back end of it, but go ahead.
Sure. So from the fan side, what is the purpose of a stable? Like a true purpose of the stable? To have the star, the quintessential, the champ, whatever champ it is, the front guy, your Sting, your Ric Flair, your whoever, your Undertaker, what like if Undertaker's with the Ministry, whatever, Shawn Michaels, your front guy, your top dude, he is going to be fighting for the world championship more than likely. He's your champion main person. The point though isn't him. He is dragging indicates that they're dead weight. He is elevating these other people up because of his shine, all of his starlight that he has because he's a star. All of that is bringing some other people into that light where then you become interested in them because they have light on them and they then begin to kind of shine their own light over time. So you got your superstar, your face of the place, the face that runs the place. You got that guy. The next guy to his left should be the guy that you're about to make you want in 3 to 5 years or 2 to 3 or whatever years it is to be the face that runs the place.
Right.
Or the face that now fights the place, where they're now closer to equal as opposed to a clear 1 and 2 type of deal. That's the point. And then you have a tag team, roughly speaking.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
You got two other people. Those 2 other people in their own right will elevate in usually the tag division, but then you elevate them into the tag division, and then eventually you have 2 other stars that could split up if you want to split them up. Or, here's a thought, just keep them as a tag team. That's great. Also an idea, throwing it out there.
Yep.
So, but that's the point of a stable. This point of a stable is to have your star and elevate other people because of their stardom. They are shining so brightly that anybody in their aura happens to get some shine on them as well. And then, you know what? Maybe they can click and we now have 2 stars as opposed to 1. Or 4 stars in a perfect world. If you go kind of down the evolution thing. You have 4 stars instead of 1. Or 2. That type of thing. So that's sort of like the point. Which means you've got to get me involved as the fan. So anyhow, that's my
and actually you kind of went a little bit more behind the curtain than I thought you would. But yeah, I mean, it's ultimately what you're able to do there is you have someone who just by name alone, and you nail it, that head star, especially from the back end of things, doesn't need the other people as much as they need him.
Yes.
But you can start to bring in some people. We might have some people that are kind of just they've definitely shown some stuff here. They've gotten some wins here and there. They just might need a bit of a character arc push to kind of get them in position, and then boom, you got it right there. And the whole
to
thing
get me as the fan to lock in. Oh, okay, yeah.
Because I mean, there's
That
so many
Rock
different
guy
ways.
is somebody I should watch for.
Yeah, there's so many different ways you can go with that story. I mean, one of the best ones is like where you see like maybe like you mentioned Evolution, where you take a look at the Batista arc, right there. So you almost kind of have a little bit of maybe kind of that Sith master and apprentice dynamic, where eventually the you know, if the master's doing his job enough, ultimately, whether he, you know, likes it or not, ultimately what he's doing is he's creating someone who can take him out, replace him.
It's honestly a part of almost like a father-son dynamic
to an extent, very kind of like Oedipus, just very, you know, like, you know, to an extent. So there's definitely stuff there. Large stables, and that works in like smaller stables, kind of like in the four-man. If you look at, say, something like the NWO or the Ministry, basically what you're running into there is more of, you're attaching that label to them, which, yes, then in turn generates some, you know, kind of underlying potential story arcs there that you never know, because then obviously like if you're
hey, this guy might catch fire,
that, you know. But also it's, you know, okay, if, you know, if I'm, you know, I always kind of looked at it, okay, if I was the head man of a stable, then I'm not going to be satisfied until we have all the belts.
Oh, absolutely.
You see what I mean? It's like,
I want to walk out with 2 on my arm and 2 on my waist.
Well, not necessarily me by myself. It's okay. I'm gonna have the crown
on me. So, I'm Shawn Michaels, man.
That doesn't help with the stable. If you have, say, like Taker doesn't need, again, like Taker as a character doesn't even really need a belt. Period.
No,
but he's going to have the world belt.
That's actually the goal, as weird as it is, right?
Yeah.
In wrestling.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're right. I mean,
as weird as that is, is the goal to get the belt, or is the goal to become just so good that you don't need the belt? The belt doesn't mean a thing for you. I think
at the end of the day, again, I know this is behind the curtain kind of stuff.
Of course.
It's you want to be so good where the belt's unimportant.
People are showing up to see me whether I got a belt or not.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah.
It's it is that kind of that Roddy Piper, the Scott Halls, the the Jake Roberts, and again, like a lot of those guys there, they were good enough to be in the mix and
anytime they could have easily gotten the belt. But if you think about it, I think of the women's division right now in WWE. The champion is someone that absolutely, without question, would be irrelevant without that belt around her waist.
Right.
And quite frankly, I'm not even sure where they're going with that, to be honest with you. They almost need to make her a heel to make it better. But Liv, who I always love to see on my TV screen. I'm never knocking Liv. I'm always glad to see her. But I'm totally being a guy here at the moment.
Sure.
But,
is she as believable of a fighter as, say, a Bianca Belair or even
I'm
Becky
always
Lynch?
Happy to see Liv anytime.
You know,
so
yeah,
it's great to see her on TV.
Again, you talk about
but she needs that belt.
Yeah.
If Liv doesn't have that belt, are we talking about Liv Morgan? No, you're not.
Probably not.
Flat out. You're probably not.
I'll put an asterisk.
Like I'm not being smart, but are you? So that's a person that needs a belt. Does Ronda Rousey need a belt? Does Charlotte need a belt?
Not now, especially. Not now, especially. Right. They needed to get it. They needed to have it as part of their resume, but then they've just gotten to a point.
You got to rise.
You know,
absolutely.
Boom.
And that's sort of as weird as that is. You think the belt is the end goal. As a fan, I'm always supposed to think the belt is the end goal. Even I don't think that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yes, I always want Sting and Shawn Michaels. Yes, I'm dating myself. I understand that. I always want Sting and Shawn Michaels to have the belt. Taker, I don't know how that's possible, but I want the three of them always to have the world championship. Actually, I guess technically they could technically all have it.
Well, that's another part of the conversation that I like how long
belts, but anyhow,
should people have the belt in the first place? And I saw you, Cax. Hey, we're playing around with YouTube for a bit. We're just seeing what we can do on YouTube. There's some chatter behind the scenes for people that I've paid attention to quite a bit, even when we first started getting streaming, that, it's kind of one of those things, especially if you're not all that established on Twitch. It's like, it's either if you're so small that it doesn't matter, or if you're so big that it doesn't matter.
One of those two.
Then YouTube's kind of the way to go. But then, if you're kind of in the middle and Twitch is a lot of part of your identity, then the thought is to hold off. We haven't completely decided. We're more testing the waters and kind of seeing what it's about. What does it look like? What can we do?
The stream side of things, like the technical side as well.
And it might be something too. What I thought about was maybe it's more of like this kind of stuff where we're just talking back and forth, more of a podcast type of format. Then it makes more sense on YouTube. And maybe for now, maybe we're gonna get on and play some games. Then it makes more sense to go to Twitch still. One of the things YouTube.
My Dark Age, I tell you.
We should
a little bit of Dark Age with
kind of just a little bit of the itch. Yeah, we can do some Dark Age next time. We can do some Dark Age next time.
A little bit of the itch today, I'll be honest with you.
Hey, appreciate you, Cax.
Man, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we always know you deal with love. Hey, do you see the horizontal chat thing I got working on the bottom there? Where the chat actually shows up at the very bottom of the screen.
Oh, I hadn't seen it. Hang on, let me.
Well, it disappeared. Anyway, it goes. It'll show up. I'm tweaking it now.
I see it. See, I'm on a delay, so I'm watching the delay.
You can actually see it on. That's actually good because then you can see it when it even after it disappears. Yeah. I need to play around. I need to keep it on there. You actually just say always show messages. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. I've got it so that it'll show up just down in that bottom bar there now, which is something I might carry over to Twitch. So then it can like save more real estate for other stuff. Because one of the biggest things I was trying to figure out, where the hell do I show chat? With this whole two-man, it's like I got another camera.
By the way, I have to give you credit. This is all on Jarrett. I did like the little transition.
You like this little thing?
Squares or whatever.
I'll do. I put that together the other day.
Let me catch that.
I'll do this just real quick and then bounce back. It's a little 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I put that together. Now that one I did use an online tool for. The other thing you'll notice is I don't have the scrolling what's like the song playing. You probably notice that there's a little pop-up thing that slides in from the left and goes out to the right. I built that bad boy from scratch.
Oh, really?
That's straight up from scratch. Like I'm not using anything from anybody for that one.
That's awesome.
Let's say next,
Mr. Jarrett.
I gotta do some cleanup on it. But yeah, it slides in with the name, the art, and the
the little art is. I saw it with the little teardrop.
Yeah.
Teardrop, but
yeah, it's kind of like a little, sort of like a cocked off to the angle.
Drop, whatever, however that works.
That is a 100% me learning how to pull that shit in. Had to bust out some. Awesome. Had to bust out some C# for that shit.
Yeah, I played around with trying to pull in the clip art or the album art, whatever it's called, a little bit, but yeah, I gave up on that pretty fast.
it's wonky. It doesn't always work.
We're good. Yeah, all right. Check. Could bring it in.
Yeah, it is. It's tricky, but yeah, I'm kind of digging how I got things kind of working. And the way this is kind of working now, I've got a little bit more flexibility because basically this is like would be our normal like side-by-side screen. But now I can do the, and then I can just pull in the game, like my screen to kind of like do this. Like for if you want to just go on the bottom, Cax, so just, we've been talking about WWE stuff and I've been pretty much just having like some WWE 2K, like a Royal Rumble thing kind of, I've just been rematching, just kind of in the background. But it's just playing, you know, it's just doing its thing while we're talking.
Right, yeah.
Little stuff like that. But yeah, it's
thanks for following us together. I appreciate that.
That's heck awesome. Yeah, dude.
That's really cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's getting there. Piecing together a little bit.
Every little bit. That's every little bit, you know.
The one main thing, you know,
talk Jarrett into doing some fantasy football stuff, but I haven't gotten him there. We'll work on him. The big thing,
I think if we did it together, where you can kind of help kind of cover some of it. The big thing about the fantasy football thing is I don't have the time.
No,
to do that and then do all this other stuff.
I tell you, it is a time sponge.
Oh, I've done it enough.
Anybody that plays fantasy football or has played for several years knows the time sponge that it is, because I would like to say days, but it's probably more like months or years at this point back of me looking at, and this is old school me, because I'm just getting back into fantasy football. I had intentionally taken, you know, I had retired from
I think you
football.
have to every now and then.
And, you know, and then they pulled me, you know, I tried to break away and they pulled me back in. So one of my buddies here, oh, well, man, you know, I know you don't play anymore, but we have an opening in our league and we need a person. Could you just...
Oh, see, that's how they get you. That's how they get you.
Just sucker me. I was a total sucker. Might as well just been the Bugs Bunny turned into the sucker thing. I need that animation for it. Don't play with that, because I'm actually looking at some stuff that can do that. So
yeah,
we're gonna figure that out.
Nice.
Anyhow, yeah, but that was me. So yeah, I had retired from fantasy football, but a couple years back I decided to pop back in to help a friend, you know. And well, yeah, 2 years later, I'm still sitting here watching. Already, you know, working on my team and my draft in a few weeks and things like that. So yeah, good times. I will say, if you do like football and you don't play fantasy football, you should look into it. You should.
It'll definitely get you involved in the games.
You should and you shouldn't.
Yeah.
If you have anything legitimately, you got family. That's why I took some time away. You know, if you have stuff going on, don't do it, because it's dangerous.
Or if you don't, if you can do it and just and have just enough, don't care about it, where it's like, okay, you want to do it, you want to be involved, but you're not necessarily. It's like, if I do win, this would be great, but I'm just gonna. There's a limit to it. And it depends how disciplined you are about it. Because if you say, okay, I'm only going to put in this much time, and however much that time gets me is what it gets me. You see what I mean? So and it's that kind of thing.
That is absolutely a good and balanced way of viewing it. I appreciate your viewing of that. well said. Very well said. Yeah, but see what happened was...
I know. See, now that's kind of where I was...
Despite the fact, if you're following us along and you watched me on Jarrett and I play on Twitch, and you've seen me play Dark Age, and you're like, oh, Ian's not, you know, he's okay if he dies and things like that. That competitive streak doesn't quite kick in. So I always tell Jarrett seems like the more competitive one between the two of us. I'm not so sure that is true deep down.
No, I think I just have a little bit more rain on that dragon.
I'm not
than Ian does.
Jarrett is more competitive.
No,
if you watch the stream, you'd be like, oh, Ian's pretty chill. He doesn't care. It doesn't bother him if he loses. No. it's different. So I try to. It's an on or off thing for me.
Right.
So
Right.
I tend to, if I'm playing video games and things like that, I'm okay with it. Like, I just choose to be okay with it. If I lose this one, okay, you know, it happens. Jarrett is less that way. Now, when it comes to certain things, especially, I'm more of a sports person, so I don't like losing. I really don't like losing at all.
Right.
Not a little bit. Like, don't make any mistake into believing that I like that. So fantasy football, I'm getting better. You know, my AA meetings are going well. My FF meetings, I guess, are going well. I'm not what I used to be. I will say that. I'm not nearly as invested as I used to be. But yeah, I don't want to lose.
See, I think for me,
by any means necessary, I want to win. So
like, I think for me, the trick is how much control of something do I have?
Sure, and you have none. That's what makes it even worse.
See, for me, if I have no control at all, I don't care. But if it's something where it's like, you know, okay, either myself or my team could have done that better, then I care. And that's kind of where I might get maybe a little Jordan about it, you know? It's like we could have flipped that script. But if it's like fantasy football, okay, yeah, you can pick the right people, you can do all this stuff. It's like
that's the thing. See, you could,
but
always,
maybe,
and
but it's like,
where
but
my
see,
Jordan side.
Like, but see, for me, it's like, but ultimately, at the end of the day, I can't. Like, I'm not there. I'm not doing the thing that
causes
exactly. It's like for me, it's like, and like for me, the best analogy I can think of is like roulette versus poker.
Fair enough. Sure.
Roulette is gambling. Poker is a competition. When I'm playing poker, I'm not gambling.
Excuse me.
It's either I beat you or I don't.
Right.
Because so much is in poker's different. Yeah, there's a lot of that, the cards and all this stuff, but there's so much you can do between understanding the odds on cards to fall based on what you have and how they're betting and things like that, and other things that you can do that like basically makes it to where the cards on the table don't matter at all. There's so much on top of that that's more a matter of performance and actually beating the person. So for me, like, I could play roulette all day, but I also know, like, I have a cap where it's like, okay, I lose this much money at a table, I'm out.
Yeah.
But like for me, poker's not, no, poker and me's got a little thing going. Poker and me got a little, she's like a little, like, she's you know, she's got that, she's that chick I got up at Atlantic City. I know she's crazy as hell, and I know she could drain my bank account, amongst other things, in a second.
Hey, what did CM Punk say? Everybody loves a crazy chick.
Yeah, and poker's my crazy chick. It's like, for me, poker's that one thing where it's like, no, like I won't even play. Like, it also kind of depends. Like, if I'm just kind of playing for friends, we're playing for a couple bucks or whatever, okay, fine. I don't give a shit. I'm not invested. But like, to like truly like play poker, I won't sit down at a table if there's a friend at the table. I won't play. I'll find a different table.
There's a balance.
It's like we're not going to be friends anymore if I sit down at this table with you.
Since I value that more than this money right now.
Yeah. It's.
I understand.
It's like, because your friendship is more important to me than this money I could win, I'm going over there. Because it ain't gonna be like that if I sit down.
There are moments that I know both of us at individual, like completely at separate times, have decided that it is more important for us to remain friends with the person that's beside us on the picture, as opposed to saying what we're thinking.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, God, yeah.
Oh, my goodness, yeah. I know for sure Jarrett has had that feeling, but I've had it too. I had it the other night when I was getting ready to take your head off when we were talking about basketball and the Bulls whipping up on the Golden State Warriors. So I was like, you know what? I like Jarrett. I remember. I'm reminding myself of it in this moment.
See, the only thing I was saying,
I'm choosing not to take his head off right now.
The only thing about it was, the only thing I was saying was, and again, like this, and the big thing there was, again, I think it kind of comes with the fandom versus like that stuff. Like, I mean, I'm also again more in line with you where I would say like, yeah, you put Jordan 1-on-1 against just about anybody. I'm gonna bet on Jordan.
That night I was like, this dude is talking about 2K, and if I don't, I'm gonna. I only said one thing. I only said one thing about. I'm tired. It's late, and anyhow, that's.
It's one of those deals.
Basketball. Let's stay in the wrestling world. So Vince McMahon.
Yes.
Vince McMahon. Yeah, I was gonna say with Vince retiring, I think it's a really big. It's a big thing.
It's huge.
It's one of the.
And it's two fronts. It's two fronts.
Yeah.
Just having Vince gone by itself, in terms of the back. I mean, that goes without saying. But just looking like logistically in the back, because the old man was losing it.
Yeah.
That's the only thing he would forget. And the reason why the storylines were kind of going the way they go, the dude would forget what happened the week before, and he still, because of his ego, had final say on everything that happened.
Well,
and it's
in the words of Roman, so Roman Reigns has grown him. He's grown him in the last year. I don't particularly care for him for the most part, but in the last year with the whole bloodline thing, he's grown on me.
Yeah.
His line the other week could not have been any more perfectly timed.
I didn't catch it. What did he say?
Did you not catch it?
I didn't catch it.
It is absolutely. It was. Again, real, right? But like for me, you want to get me invested? Say something that I believe. He looked at Austin Theory, or whatever his name is. Theory, whatever.
Yeah.
For some reason, we can't use first names.
Well, that's another thing we're gonna. Yeah, it's another thing I'm hoping, because I don't think Vince could remember it.
It's just Riddle. Okay, whatever.
I don't think Vince could remember it. I think that was the biggest problem.
Probably what it was. That is honestly probably what it was. But Theory comes out. Austin Theory comes out to fight go up with the Bloodline. This is a couple weeks ago now, and he had his suitcase still. He still had the Money in the Bank suitcase. I think he still does actually. But he comes out and he's talking about how he's gonna, fight Roman or Brock. It doesn't matter. He's gonna turn it in. He's this. And Roman with the most not disdain. Disdain's the wrong word. Not disrespectful, but like I could not care any less about you in this moment. The fact that you're here, I don't care about you or your life. I think of like Brock Lesnar when he told was it Slater? He was like, I don't care about your kids.
No. Yeah.
It was one of those kind of moments. And he was like, man, you need to look around. I'm paraphrasing here. You need to look around and realize the landscape now. Your daddy's not here anymore.
Right. Hey.
And he just deadpans it right into his face. And it's like, oh, yeah, that's actually true. Because Vince was the only one back in this Joker. Yeah. So, stuff like that. That'll get me invested every time. I will be the first one up there going, ooh,
because you can come in and be able to work with what's going on, and again, especially if especially if everyone in the crowd will hear that and know. Again, that's also kind of the biggest issue I had with the Shawn Michaels Sunny Days promo.
No one knew what that was
at the time.
No,
it wasn't as like the fact that Sunny was a hoe. I mean, you can kind of look at her and kind of say, well, she should be a porn star. You could at 2 and 2, you get you 4.5, 5. You get close enough to get there. It's not a big logical leap, but the whole like you gotta remember, people back then did not know like they do now.
Blogs and things.
No,
Instagram and etc. etc.
You're going even inside school.
The fact that it stood out so much, and Sean's my boy. That's
yeah.
But it stood out to me, again, Mark, whatever you want to call me, fans, etc. All of those things. Yeah, I'm want to play into. I want to believe what I'm watching is happening, right? Even me, I go, well, that's kind of a very direct and odd wording of things.
Yeah.
And I do know there's like my brain went immediately over here.
Yeah, like I said, again, that's what I'm saying. That there's, and like you probably weren't the only one. There's definitely probably at least a percentage of people, again, that put that like 2 and 2 together. It wouldn't be that hard, but still, for the most part, that was kind of a behind the scenes thing that the crowd wasn't like. The crowd had nothing ahead of that to go off of.
No story.
Nothing.
Story. That wasn't a
nothing in the news. Nothing
for the story,
right?
Related to wrestling.
Whereas with Roman,
but it wasn't for not the storyline WWE, whatever it was.
Roman kept it topical, like it worked because of the timing. It was a in the moment thing that when he said it made sense for Roman, head of the table, to say that,
and for everything that had led up to that moment.
Yeah,
it worked because he had sort of been he was the guy pushing, like he was on screen, the guy pushing theory.
Right.
Like it wasn't even behind the scenes.
No. He was right up on front. And one of the really the only person
it was on TV
was the only person Vince was talking about.
Right. Yeah.
Which is weird because it's not like Austin Theory is like that big of a guy.
No.
So it's kind of a weird. Maybe he thought of maybe it's like a Shawn Michaels. I think Vince was trying to like relive shit. Like I think he was trying to figure out like in his kind of
he saw him as an
twisted brain. That might be closer. Yeah. But he's even smaller than John Cena, isn't he? I mean, yeah. Right. Yeah. It's just kind of thinking about old school Vince,
ruthless aggression.
Yeah, John. I want John. I want you to go out. I want you to go out in Kurt Angle's face. I want you to go out there, and I want you to spit out the words and say ruthless aggression.
Yeah, it's rough. Anyhow, so Vince is gone. The World Wrestling Federation, I don't care, entertainment. Anyhow, because I think actually Federation might be more apropos, because we might be heading back, not fully back to that era,
but
some pieces of that era.
Sure.
Because of your boy.
Now, if they could only go, if they could actually go back, if they could legally go back to WWF, because like World Wrestling Entertainment also is not a name I'm very fond of, because I don't like the whole sports entertainment moniker. Again, kind of more to your point. Again, I think about it from the back end side, but even like the back end guy in me is like, our job is to maintain kayfabe. Our job is to make it look like.
Blew that up. Is Vince McMahon right? Now, yes, most people by that time knew. Mid 90s, whatever.
I was going to say a good part of it was out of anyone's
Anyone with half a
control.
brain could, if you really watched it, would go.
Sure,
okay, obviously,
sure.
He didn't punch him.
But I think again, this is where I'm going to kind of lean towards. It's not that I completely dismiss the fans' point of view. But if you're talking to me about how I think, like what I'm thinking and how I'm thinking about it,
sure.
then, and if you're going to ask me about, especially if you're going to ask me about certain wrestlers and things like that, I'm going to lean more towards the behind the scenes but then including like their performance in the ring, like how are they, and how do they actually perform? And I think about like performance, kind of like not from the scripted side of things. I mean, a high risk acrobatic performance that you're going to see in the circus is choreographed.
Sure.
But it's just as real and it's just as risky if they screw something up. Especially when people would do stuff but without net. I mean, ask Dick Grayson's ask Rob, the first Robin, about that shit. I mean, again, and one of the things I can't remember who it was that said this, but I mean, it really kind of helps to like really put it together. Like in like one thing is like, you can't choreograph gravity.
Right. That's what it comes
down
to.
If you slip a certain way or you do a certain thing and you fall a certain way, like
no one's
like
Superman.
You can choreograph around it. You can kind of choreograph understanding it, but you like
once you land,
yeah,
then you can do something.
Yeah. It's not gonna
land.
Gravity's not the one like realizing, oh wait, this isn't a good position. Let me reposition this.
For a little while.
Yeah. Hey, HBK won this one.
Hey, there we go. All is right in the world.
So Vince, and you started talking about this. So it's interesting talking about this because I've already spoke about how I am a Triple H fan.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. So
I did not pick him for one of my top 5.
No, I did laugh at that. I kept waiting, but we'll get into that.
Sure.
Time. We can probably do that another.
But
we may have that
kind of figure out figure out like past the top 5. If we want to start going into the top 10, then yeah, he's definitely there. Sure. As like Triple H as a character resonated with me. And also just, again, like things that I was starting to hear about him from behind the scenes, from like interviews, from people talking about him, and then also kind of understanding the clique and the way it worked and his role in it. And then just the whole history of things.
He's clearly established himself as the most powerful clique member ever, right?
Oh, hell yeah.
I mean, right? Yeah.
Without question.
I say that as Shawn Michaels flag bearer. Like, don't get me wrong. In the ring, we're talking different things.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'll be the first to tell you that.
Yeah. But without any question whatsoever, and that includes the power that Scott Hall and Kevin Nash probably, I think, more than Hall.
So
only because Hall was more, he didn't care as much, whereas Nash did.
Yeah, Nash was more political. But as far as like actual sway, outside of kind of the machinations and that sort of thing, as far as like somebody like within the clique, especially before Triple H really started to pick up and like build up his experience, it was Hall. Yeah. Like anyone would go to Hall and like give it like for like honest like opinion and more like something outside of the machinations. Like
I was talking about the behind the scenes.
Oh, I mean, even if you want to talk about. So I think Nash had a certain level of influence because he would always get in with the executives and become their buddy.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Right?
The politicking.
But see
I don't think Hall was ever a politic.
No. But there's different ways to have influence.
I kind of put Nash. Sorry, I didn't mean.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I kind of have always thought of Nash closer to, not nearly in this level, not nearly at the level I'm saying. I'm just saying he was more in that, and I'm thinking WCW side. That's the Nash that I'm talking about. He was more Hogan than he was Hall or Sting or anybody else, to be honest with you.
Nash was that regardless of
more in the Hogan camp. Pulling strings behind the scenes. I gotta always win.
Didn't matter.
Didn't matter.
At least be kind of
business.
Exactly. But Nash would just kind of like quote unquote lose, but it was always on his terms, and it was just kind of that.
There was a caveat.
Tongue in cheek, wink, wink to the executives in the back.
The Pope of Doom and stuff like that. Yeah.
But if you want to talk about with the boys in the back, and the people actually getting shit done.
Sure.
Scott Hall had more influence. He basically wrote his own character for Razor Ramon.
Sure.
He wrote the entire Crow Sting thing.
Yeah.
He basically
which is
helped.
Honestly, why I had him in my top 5.
Sure. But also that Razor Ramon character.
He affected my top guy.
Yeah.
As much as the 4th guy that I had on the list. As weird as it is,
but I would say Hall and Flair. Hall and Flair had apps, and there's others too that really helped Sting out. But
sure.
but Hall and Flair had the most positive influence on the trajectory of Sting's career. It was basically where Flair had to drop off because where I don't even depending on where he was and what was going on, Hall picked up that slack. Because unfortunately, from the behind the scenes thing, the one thing I would say about Sting was that Steve Borden as an individual was someone that needed somebody to help him. He didn't have the creative.
He wasn't creative.
And
that's the worst thing you have to say.
Oh no, and that's the thing. And first of all, let's talk about how top notch, just clear cut, just straight up dude Steve Borden is. 100%. Like he's practically flawless.
Yeah.
Just as an individual.
So he can't be the creative one.
Right.
He can talk.
Yes.
And he can perform in the ring.
Yes.
As far as a wrestler.
No, exactly.
Those are your main two things.
It's weird because Sting was one of way back, it wasn't like that. Like, you get a couple pointers, and then you had to take the ball and run with it.
Sure.
And if you couldn't do that, then you weren't going to go anywhere. Sting was one of the few rare cases given but he was also kind of making the turn, especially on kind of the NWA WCW side of things.
Sure, sure.
But it was like Flair saw something in this kid early. And it wasn't Warrior. It was Sting, because both of them came in. And one of them stayed, and one of them didn't. And you want to talk? Exactly. You want to talk about influence in the back? Woo!
Yeah, absolutely.
Flair.
Yeah. So one's an idiot, and
one actually has a brain on his head. Steve's not a dumb guy. he's not an idiot.
Because
he's just not creative like
an
that.
Actor, right?
Yeah,
At the end of the day,
yeah.
Can you act? Can you make me believe and whatever, Can you make me believe the words coming out of your mouth, even if someone else gave them to you?
Exactly.
Can you make me believe they're yours?
It's like, are you good? Like going to a movie? Okay, you've got a script. People got the stuff with you. Kind of get input, help shape things. Versus improv, live on the set. Like
absolutely,
like, that's the thing.
There's between Robert Downey Jr. versus what's his name?
Played Captain America.
No,
that
him,
guy.
I was trying to think of the guy on whose line is it anyway? Black dude.
Because I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Is Wayne Brady gonna have to slap a bitch?
That show and a movie.
Right.
Because
Because like you talk about because I was gonna say is Wayne Brady gonna have to slap a bitch?
That was the exact phrase. I was
what's the
run
line?
it through my head. I was running the whole scene of the Dave Chappelle show through my head to get to that line. I was like, okay, I know it's in here. Hang on. There it is. I'll get to it. Wayne Brady.
Because you mentioned you actually because when you were talking about Robert Downey Jr. Actually he's actually an incredible improv actor.
Sure.
It was what's his name? Chris Evans. Whereas Chris Evans is it's not that he doesn't have any of it, but he's a bit more like to the point, and you can even see it in the characters.
I need to say them.
You can see it in the characters that they've played throughout the course of it, but you can also see characters that Chris Evans has played since he's worked with Robert Downey Jr. so closely. He's actually been able to branch out a little bit more. The Gray, if you haven't had a chance, Netflix, the movie The Gray Man.
The Gray Man.
It's actually a pretty good kind of just assassin kind of movie, but it has Chris Evans in it, and you can kind of see the way he's playing that character. He's allowed himself to loosen up like incredibly, we're way off.
Topic,
I know we're way off, but I mean, we can bounce this back though.
For Captain America, he kind of has to play the character.
He couldn't have played Iron Man.
No,
like
absolutely.
You had to have Robert Downey Jr. play that. You had to have that.
Who they are.
But to Sting, like the beauty of it there was, and then especially the big thing, it was like, especially for someone like him, where it's like, I think he's more of a introspective intelligence than more extroverted intelligence. Whereas I think he had to actually break out of his shell a bit with the Surfer Sting,
early Sting especially,
and just he had to break into it.
Kind of Crow.
But see, but he didn't have to talk.
Little bit different, but honestly, that time period also helped him.
Yeah, he didn't have to talk.
That was which let him warm up, as weird as that sounds.
But then when you saw him do the, I will say for anyone who hasn't seen it, if see his work in TNA.
I actually like the Joker. So I went back and watched it. I didn't watch TNA.
I love that. He was basically just known as like the icon. It was just that to me is just as far as like character work goes, the best Steve Borden has ever done.
Excellent Sting.
Period.
And that guy isn't the guy with the yellow hair.
He's
not the same person.
No.
I mean, it is obviously, but I mean,
he's the perfect culmination of the two, with a little bit of Joker in the mix.
Long-term storytelling.
Exactly.
It was the longest of long-term storytelling.
Just develop that character into the mix. And he kind of was able to kind of let loose a little bit and really break out of his mold and really
when he went into being, even the transition from him being Sting, Crow Sting in TNA to the Joker, like it was little stuff.
Yeah, his paint would just be a little off.
His paint a little off one day.
Yeah.
And the next week it was a little more off. And little stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's,
I mean, come on.
That is the character development. You want me to believe you? Do you know how people go crazy?
Give those seeds.
Over time.
Give those seeds. Some of the best, if you think about some of the best comedy sets, like like stand-up comedians, right?
Yes.
And you take a look at some of the best like comedy albums, shows, whatever.
Sure.
In a lot of cases, it's not the only thing that makes it great, but one of the things that I see is a through line with a lot of them is they will kind of maybe like a setup for another joke or a punchline to a joke, which was kind of like if you looked at it within the whole culmination of the entire set, that beginning one may not even necessarily be like the best joke.
No.
But it kind of helps set things up. But then they come around and they come back to it. They come back to it. So that setup wasn't even just a setup for the initial joke. It was a setup for a joke, or like even a through line of jokes that you didn't even know was there. And then they pop it on you.
You didn't know it was part of the set.
They pop it on you, and it ended up. And when you look back at it, that initial little throwaway joke was the entire beating heart of the entire set.
Yes.
And you didn't even know it when it dropped until the end, and you're like, "Oh, shit!" And that's when the crowd. That's when the crowd just goes blitzkrieg. That's when they're up on their feet. That's where they can't even shit like that.
What does everybody want to be? They want to be in on the joke, right?
Yeah,
like you want to be in on it.
Yeah.
Everybody else can be made fun of. It's whatever.
Sure, but yeah, you're catching it. You're just dropping those seeds. Right? You're just dropping those seeds. You know.
And you're in the joke.
Okay, but I mean, okay, let's bounce back to the MCU. You know, think about it from the first Hulk movie with Edward freaking Norton, who's not even part of the whole thing anymore.
Not even part of it.
After credit scene. After credit scene. We get Iron Man.
Yeah.
Iron Man comes in. Okay, we know he's opening up the MCU. Everything's going. No roll out the credits shit. It's like, boom, here it is in your face. This is what we're doing. We're starting with Iron Man. And we're working our way through. And then from there, there's just these little nods, either throughout the movie or especially at the end credit scenes, where you start to see through lines, people connected, things going on. And the next thing you know, it's like
end credit scenes by themselves. I mean, legitimately, end credit scenes, was that a thing?
Not as much. Not as much. No, very rarely. But like the MCU basically made it where your ass was staying put.
You sit there.
Yeah.
I have learned more people and what they do in some random movies. There's somebody that gets donuts legitimately. I think that was legitimately one of the things that came through and said donuts. No, I'm kidding.
Nah, but
sort of kidding. I'm not positive that's not on there. But I have sat through all of that. Did I ever sit through the credits of a movie ever?
Very rarely.
All because I want to
very
be in on
rarely.
Not joke per se, but
yeah,
I want to be in on the next one.
Exactly.
I want to be
setting up these little seeds, these little things that are going to happen. And again, little changes in behavior, little quirks, things, or even if it's not even that, but if you're gonna make a transition of a character, okay, we're gonna transition you, especially if like say take like the Gold Dust character, sure, or even Kane. You have situations where basically there's just these little things. If you go back and kind of watch, like even before like the whole like thing with eventually Kane unmasked himself, right?
Oh, right. Yeah.
You start to see little shifts.
Time? Heck yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. When we could see Kane's mouth.
Right.
Like
yeah. Not the little slit.
Yeah. You know, little things like that just started to come around. Dude had been had a shaved head for over a year before he came along and there's like a wig and he had a bald head and all that shit.
Yeah. Right.
The dude was wrestling with a wig. And I think ultimately it came down to where dude just
pull the whole mask off.
Dude just had to cut his hair.
Yeah.
But to make it not so drastic, instead of having him show up with the mask and no hair, they had him freaking wearing a wig.
Yeah.
The Goldust character, especially as he went through, like, there is like just some corny ass shit that they'd have him do, but it started to make sense. And I think it was even like with Kane, somebody tossed him into like an electrical, like a breaker box kind of thing, and he got shocked.
Right. Yeah. I remember.
And then he shows up the next week, and it's just maybe like a little like pop in on an interview, and he starts twitching a little bit.
Yeah, because he got shot.
And then it really started to blowing up into like full on Tourette's. But he didn't go from the episode with being thrown into the electrical box to then having Tourette's at the next day. You see what I'm saying? Just drawing that out. So get
as it should be.
Exactly. Right. Now okay. So again, with the whole idea of like Triple H being my quote unquote boy. So let's also get it clear that like Triple H is nowhere near my boy as HBK is yours.
Oh no.
Right. It's a much more between the two of us.
Our ways.
Well, if like we always say, if we were going to be DX, I'd be Triple H all day. You'd be Shawn. If we were to be in the Four Horsemen, I'd be Arn. You would be Flair.
I know.
You would be Ric Flair. There's no way around it.
I know.
Because I swear, Triple H showed Shawn. If Shawn hadn't already seen it, and basically was like, you could watch some of the DX stuff, and you could see where they were mimicking the Horsemen with Flair just going on a tirade.
Because Shawn would do that.
Because Shawn would just go off.
And Triple H is still talking, and Shawn's just in the back and doing his.
They would do it a little bit. They would do it goofier. They would take a little bit of goofier take on it, but effectively, the bit was the same bit.
It was the same bit.
But also the thing was like back then it was really more closer to an improv than a true to form bit, because it was just more like it was even more off the cuff. But even for DX was like straight up playing off of that. But
oh, absolutely.
But let's like.
Well, and who are two of? I mean, there is a reason that one of Ric Flair's last matches was versus Shawn.
Sure.
The I'm sorry. If you ever seen, if you're a WWE guy and you've watched it forever, Shawn, Sweet Chin Music, Ric Flair into retirement.
Yep.
One of the times he went into retirement.
Sure.
And it's the I'm sorry, like I love you. I took his head off, cover him, and he's immediately covered. Shawn, like Flair, is such a huge influence. Again, that's why Flair had to be in my top four.
Well, again, but also again, I guarantee you, Flair was able to call back to maybe some like old like Ricky Steamboat match, or maybe some other match, especially for like that one where you have a situation where it is more business than personal.
Sure.
And this is just the situation we're in. This is the business we're in. We're both professionals. I'm going to respect you enough to give it my all. I expect you to do the same kind of deal. Yeah, and that storyline was actually, I'd say, probably one of the.
For you to pull your punch.
Yeah, exactly.
How dare you?
Exactly.
How dare you?
Yeah, it's. Right. I would say, really, in a way, I'd forgotten about that one. But I mean, really, like thinking back on it, I'd say that's probably one of the better, just overall performances from Shawn Michaels just in terms of just the character and just the story they were telling in the ring and the way they were pulling it off. I mean, that's top notch shit. Like you can't be in the.
How much has Sean changed, right?
Right.
Like,
and, yeah.
Sean of 80 or 98 versus Sean of whenever that was.
Well, as a character and as a person, and just
as a person,
yeah,
I'm not even talking about the kayfabe at this point. Sean as the person, because the guy that was standing across the ring, yes, it was kayfabe, and I understand that. Like,
No.
This part, but again, even the blur, the fact that it could be blurred.
Yeah.
The guy that stood across the ring that goes, from the side, he goes, "I'm sorry."
Yeah.
He's not Shawn Michaels. That's
no,
Shawn
he's not the Heartbreak Kid at that point.
To his probably idol.
Yeah.
I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
I don't want
that's
to end.
That's not the Heartbreak Kid. That is not that is not HBK at that point in time.
No,
that's Shawn Michaels. That's Shawn Michaels. I was going to say exactly. Yeah. I was going to say it's Shawn Michaels, and probably I'd say out of that it's probably like 75% Michael, Shawn, Rick and Bottom. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It is that kind of. It's
your guy.
Yeah.
Your guy.
Yeah.
The little kid in him.
Yeah.
It was his moment. I'm looking across at my idol. Yes, I understand there's kayfabe. Yes, I understand that this is all a work. I understand that he's probably going to just go, but I'm retiring.
Yeah.
My idol.
Well, you look at the
playing against Scottie Pippen and beating him in the.
You look at the last match between Flair and Sting. Like the last WCW match.
Right, yeah.
And they were mirroring back to the first official Nitro match in WCW, which was Flair and Sting. They opened it up at the first match of the night.
Yeah.
And then they did the last match of the night. Yeah. And so what was so funny was Ric Flair was wearing a shirt then. And that was 2001.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
And so, I mean, but you could look at that match and you could tell the big thing with Sting and Flair is that they had done it so often. They had run through that match.
They could have never talked about that last match and been able to do that last match.
Oh, I'm sure they didn't. I'm sure they didn't. I'm sure they didn't have to.
Yeah.
Because those were Sting was already telling them
spots.
Yeah,
all the highlights.
Well,
this was a highlight film.
This is one of the ones I was telling you beforehand. Basically, Sting had gotten to the point with Flair where Flair could just move his eyes, and Sting knew exactly where to go.
What was happening
and how to either take a move or maneuver out of a move to then position himself in the right place to then do the next piece, and then just boom, and when you work with someone like Flair like that, Flair's gonna have stuff that he's always gonna do.
Sure. He's gonna stumble around.
There's so many
He's gonna go to the top rope and get thrown off because I don't think I've ever seen Flair.
He's not gonna. I think he did it once. It was kind of near, on the tail end of things.
Once.
It was it was just kind of. He's got to hit it once,
Yeah. Everybody has. There's gonna be a point that he's gonna chop Sting. Yeah. And Sting's gonna go.
You've got your fight, especially against Sting. Ricky Steamboat had a different kind of comeback. And I think it was I think the biggest thing is that he saw a lot of Steamboat and Sting. Because Steamboat's another one of those guys that really shouldn't be on the mic that much.
Oh.
But just as a smooth. There's very few people are as smooth in the ring as Ricky Steamboat. I mean, it's just more it just seems effortless. From someone who's actually knows wrestling, he's making it look hard as shit.
Sure.
But when you look at it, you realize it's oh no, wait a minute,
he did what?
It was nothing. And go hour-long matches with Flair, and it would just be effortless, you know.
I mean, you think about an hour-long match live.
That was supposed to be like an Iron Man match, like a special match.
Those are crazy.
Back in the day,
back in insanity.
Flair and Steamboat were shipping that match through the territories. They would do that shit 4 times a week.
That is insane. I mean, if you watch WWE right now, there are times that a 5-minute match seems like
too long.
A decade has gone by, and these two guys or girls are 100% spent. They are done, like physically done.
So, how about this? Take a quick pause for the cause.
All right.
Then when we get back,
come back, talk about the future.
We're gonna. Yeah, I want to kind of really drill in on what we really think about what things could look like, and especially kind of like why, especially. I've got some kind of key points from a factual standpoint, but also just from like what we're hearing. Because and also if you look at like, we'll get into it, but like subtle differences in the SummerSlam production to people that are coming back, people
showing up that probably wouldn't have shown up
otherwise.
Well, in fact, on SmackDown yesterday, I was gonna say, you want to talk about somebody that was very clearly not a Vince McMahon guy,
and you want to talk about always being glad to see somebody.
He would be more your kind of guy.
No. Who he's with.
Oh, well, yeah. So, not even gonna lie. Yeah, that's always a good thing to have on screen.
We'll be back, folks. Just gonna take a quick little. We're gonna get into all that. Gonna take a little quick bio break. Get some more. Get my drinks ready and all that stuff, and then we'll bounce into all that. But we'll be right back, folks. If the button works. Hey, welcome back to Getting Work. Just had to take a quick little pause there. I always say you need to make sure you're not just straight up just going. Especially for us, because Ian and I can just sit here and talk about this shit for just
If we weren't streaming, we would just be sitting.
We'd just be sitting here talking about this.
This isn't. We're talking about wrestling today. Like, anytime you're joining us on stream, I will say, this would be what we were doing, whether the camera.
It would be like this basketball or some kind of a game or like some kind of a show or something. We'd be going over. Arguing about basketball, all of it. Yeah.
Talking about sports, whatever it is. This is us. So welcome. Appreciate you being here.
But back on point.
Yep.
Trying to just get, trying to rein this in a little bit on the tail end. It's getting late, right? Okay. Vince is out now. Is already announced Stephanie McMahon was going to be kind of the CEO side, helping to manage kind of the business, the brand. Which is really where CEO with CEO, but CEO. With Nick Khan, but Nick Khan's definitely more on kind of like the pure business side of things. Whereas Stephanie McMahon is more like that executive officer from the how do we truly run a wrestling promotion? Within the scopes to what the WWE is, right? But now you have what is effectively true to form Vince's role. When we talk about Vince McMahon, what he was really focusing on.
Yeah. The thing that most of us saw directly.
Yeah.
The direct.
It's not, obviously he was sitting on the board, Ben's like he was sitting on the boards and everything like that. But for the most part,
not really.
The real core of the business that people see day to day. Yeah, that's that part of things has gone to Mr. Paul Levesque, otherwise known as Triple H.
Hunter Hearst
Helmsley. Which is kind of a moniker he's been trying to chase himself away from. We're just going like the cerebral assassin, the game, just like Triple H. Don't worry about what it stands for. It's just
Hearst Helmsley. Oh, blue blood.
And you want to know more than likely who gave him that moniker?
Oh, that was Hall, probably.
No. That was one Mr. Vince McMahon. No, because he wasn't in with he actually wasn't in with Hall yet.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah. So
he had come over from WCW.
Yes.
He had come over from
but I will say it was Hall that made the suggestion to Vince.
Yeah.
Because he was terrorizing in WCW.
That's right. Terra
Rising. Yes.
2 words. Yeah.
And that name's going far.
Vinny Vegas, man. Vinny Vegas is Vinny Vegas is always one of my favorites. Vinny Vegas, by the way, was
DDP.
Nash.
No,
Wasn't it Nash?
No, because Nash was the Diamond Stud.
Who's Vinny Vegas?
Oh, you're back. That wasn't DDP either. Holy crap! Wait a minute.
I swear that's Nash. Vinny Vegas with the black suit with the pink.
Is that WWE?
WCW. This is Vinny Vegas before he was Diesel.
Oh, you're right. Who was the Diamond Stud?
That wasn't Dallas Page? I don't know now. Now as you say it, I'm like, crap, I don't remember that one. Diamond Stud was Scott Hall.
Okay. Now you can see where I'm getting it flipped.
Yeah, I totally understand.
Because now we got Diamond Dallas Page.
Right, we're very click oriented right
now. We got Vinny. Well, no, but it was more the connection to Diamond Dallas Page. Because
Vinny Vegas, man, Vinny Vegas. Yeah, I just remember.
Wait, okay, this is why I got it. Okay, this is why I got it twisted. Wait, this is why I got it twisted. Okay. Diamond Dallas Page was when he managed Kevin Nash as Vinny Vegas.
Okay. All right.
But he also managed Scott Hall as the Diamond Stud.
Makes sense. I just remember Vinny Vegas being one of the funniest wrestling names.
It is horrible. It's almost as bad as what is it? Something Yankum.
We need to do that one day.
Yeah.
Funniest wrestling.
Funniest,
names
like
the goofiest, whatever it is. And anybody in chat, or,
Dr. Yankum, whatever the name for Yankum, it was Kane. It was Glenn Jacobs before he became Kane. I'm sorry, it was before he became the fake Diesel.
Yes, he was.
Then transitioned over to the fake Kane.
Because it was.
I'm sorry, to Kane, the real Kane. He was the fake Diesel, then he became the actual Kane. But he was Dr. like something Yankum, DD, whatever, DDS.
Oh right, he was the guy that was taking people's teeth.
Because Vince had to go and get like a root canal, and then he comes back with, oh yeah, we're gonna make a dentist. He's gonna be an evil dentist. Yeah. We're gonna get.
Pretty much
we're gonna get a big guy.
Things in his life.
Exactly.
Like walking down the street.
Yeah.
There was a trash man. Yes, we will have that.
Let's talk. Well, first of all, last thing on little Mr. Vinny McMahon. I didn't even find this out till later, looking back at old Vinnie Mac. Vinnie Mac actually spent quite a bit of time at Fishburne Military Academy in Waynesboro, Virginia. So I can say where my boy Ian lives right now. I can say I actually was able to count that as on my address for a few years myself. I've always lived around the area. I mean, it's not like it's like I never lived too far from a stone's throw of Waynesboro, but you know, it only took you so long because you got to go through so many mountains and twisted ass roads, and
there's a mountain in between,
and then drive behind the semis, but not
like a Rocky Mountain, like it's for anybody that lives around some really big mountains.
Oh no.
Yeah,
but still, like you
20 minutes to drive across.
Yeah, it can
pretty,
get
though. You should definitely come.
It is.
It's very.
It is. As long as you don't get stuck behind a semi.
Pretty much. You do.
But yeah, he went to
enjoy the view.
It's always so funny because
otherwise that's all it is.
You can see this about Vince because he was very much about the Northeast territory. You know, he would tell people like New York City is the best city on earth.
Well, it is.
And all this stuff. But like
that's why I like
you can kind of tell that. Well, he's coming like you were technically born around there.
Yeah, exactly.
Vince was born in a trailer park in North Carolina and went to a military school in Southwest Virginia.
Right.
and then ended up like with the and his father, should I say, Vince McMahon Sr. was running his wrestling business. He was pretty much a deadbeat dad.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And was basically leaving his wife and his kids maybe like not doing that great.
How many? Sure.
Not doing that great. And then so Vince, I think from a standpoint of just especially wanting to get in better graces with his father, trying to win his approval and all that stuff, but then also trying to shake himself of that, you know. And then you think about the fact that juxtaposition that with the fact that his father was then in turn also competing against the South.
Oh,
absolutely. All of it. Yeah, if we dig deep,
we're gonna go off topic and go back to Vince. It's odd. See,
I know. I'm terrible. I'm sorry.
Where we were supposed to be talking about Vince.
No, I know we're not supposed to be talking about Vince, but I just had.
Now we're talking about the future, and now we're transitioning.
It's hard to talk about the WWE, but it's also very hard to talk about the WWE without talking about Vince.
Right? Isn't it? Even if you talk about the future, which he is clearly at the moment not a part of.
It's in relation to Vince.
Flair retirement thing here.
Because Vince is the WWE. Like, I'm sorry, until, and again, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I've always liked Triple H as a wrestler. I've learned to respect him as a businessman and a wrestling promoter, stuff that he's done in NXT and all this stuff. But his story is still yet to be told.
Oh,
truly.
Vince has the big shoes to fill.
Vince is the WWE.
No matter what you feel about the last few years, as far as WWE, even me, fan, you know, that side, there are
good, bad, ugly,
in business person.
Good, bad, ugly, indecent, and indifferent.
Yeah.
I had to throw that other thing in there.
If I ever had the opportunity to be Vince McMahon in the role that I would hope that I could handle the shoes that he put out there. I would love every minute of the opportunity. Vince is an icon when it comes to that side. You
made the perfect transition into it, because the question is, as Vince, Vince's biggest flaw is that he just wouldn't let go and come up with a true to form succession plan.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing. That's the other thing about why wrestling promotions really should never be a publicly traded company. Because if you're running a publicly traded company, you have to have a succession plan.
The quintessential word that was never in Vince's vocabulary, and that's what
not really. Yeah, he was perfectly fine putting Stephanie in places
to anyone.
Not to him. Not
even if it was Father Time.
Yeah. No, not even to sneezing or anything else.
Sneezing. I mean,
sleeping.
Sneezing. Really? I mean, even come on.
He held himself to a 4-hour sleep schedule, regardless of how tired he was. And you got to think about that. What that probably meant to his mental deterioration over the years.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, things like that.
I say that I'm kind of on that same 4-hour thing, so I need to look into this.
Yeah, you ain't making that kind of money, buddy. You don't need to be working that hard.
I am not. I am very much so not.
No, but let's look at Triple H. Triple H. So again, Triple H has taken over the creative aspects of things. I think there's some benefits here to this whole thing. His wife Stephanie is going to be taking over the aspects of the business that I think Vince was probably very much. Well, you got to remember, when Vince left, Stephanie was named as CEO before Paul Levesque was named as head of creative.
Yes.
So there was. I mean,
has been, and I don't mean the Stephanie that we see on screen. Not the douchebaggy Stephanie. You know, not the for lack of a better term, slutty. Not that one.
Right.
That's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about the person behind the scenes, the real no kayfabe.
Right. Yeah.
The real person.
Right.
That little girl, and I say it, there's a reason I'm saying little girl. The little girl that was 10, 12 years old, I heard the statement that she was 10, little girl. And, you know, of course, when you have kids, and especially in a manly business, rough and tough wrestling. Obviously, the older boy, no less, should be. He's taking over for dad. That's always the role, right? Like son takes over for the father, that type of thing. And someone made the statement that, hey, Shane, and this is again Shane of 14, let's say. I can't remember how far apart they are, but young Shane, young Stephanie are sitting there and they're like, Shane, when you take over one day, and Steph, without missing a beat, jumps in and goes, no, I'm actually taking over. Young kid, when you have that in you,
and if you look at
with adults around,
if you look at her dad, but also look at her mother, she that kid didn't have a chance not to, and I think especially probably, but also because of that, little girl in a man's world.
You can have all the influences, but it was always.
But bringing it back to the present.
Sure.
Let's not forget that whole transition was more shocking than it would have been, because Stephanie McMahon was very, very near from being ousted out of the company.
Well, that's what I was just getting ready to say. Her McMahon name, you think, nepotism, right? Like, that's the obvious. Well, of course, her last name's McMahon. Of course, she took over. Actually, to be fair, in the moments, and I say moments, the year or 2 or 3, prior to this, this year, basically, that McMahon name became a detriment.
Mm-hmm.
It was just as much of a negative as any sort of positive.
Yep.
Oh, it's the old way. This is the same old thing. It's look how bad we've been doing in the ratings, and things like that. Like that, it wasn't. She had to earn. She wasn't. This isn't the 80s. You're not just showing up, having the same last name, and becoming the president. It wasn't that.
Yeah.
Khan, if he could, wouldn't have Co next to his CEO.
Sure.
Let's just call that like it is.
From the power side of things, and just looking at it just from a strict just business perspective, absolutely. I think the one thing that Nick Khan does recognize, though, is that he had no business in the wrestling business.
Right.
And he did, but I will also say this. Would that
have stopped him?
No, well, not necessarily. Okay.
Without strong.
So this is going down. This is going down a road where I can probably really help to explain a lot of what's likely going on here.
Mm-hmm.
But one, it would probably take me about an hour to do it, and then two,
and that's not our.
It would be exceptionally boring for a lot of people listening. But I can explain why Nick Khan was brought in, and what his role really is, and various different things. What I can say is that some of the back end. What I can say is that I work very closely with people who know Nick Khan directly.
Got you.
That upper echelon is a small club.
Sure, it's just
It's just the way it works,
Right. Yeah, once you cross into a certain stratosphere.
So there was a lot of concern around things, and I don't know for sure, but I think Vince yanked Steph out of the fray as a protection move.
I can believe that.
Triple H was already out because he was still on the health side of things. Sure. So he already had an out. So, and if you also remember, not too long before that, Shane was yanked out.
Shane was yanked / pushed, I believe. Sometimes
Shane overstepped his bounds
from your kids.
Right? Shane overstepped his own bounds, but also like kind of looking back at things, and especially how things go like so stuff like this with like a CEO like this.
Yeah.
Before it goes public, the rumblings.
Oh,
and you're watching Attack on Titan. You're going to learn what the rumbling is.
Oh, I'm not going to get to the end. So
okay, so you know about the rumbling.
Right.
You hear it coming
long before.
So, but like it's like a yes and no kind of thing. But anyway, Vince probably got a whiff. That there, guarantee this is a hit piece. This was a hit piece.
One of my favorite businessmen of all time.
No, exactly.
Not wrestling.
You were talking about
again. Become that by not knowing how the ripples in the water work.
When Jay-Z said, "I'm not a businessman, I'm a businessman," if he wasn't talking about Vince McMahon, he should have been.
Yeah, absolutely,
Who
100%.
else?
I've actually thought of that line several times while we were talking tonight. Yeah.
Who else? You know, personifies that. But speaking about that, though, think about the timing of this. And you know me, I am not a conspiracy theory type of person. But what I do know is I've gotten enough of a peek into some of this stuff, right? Some of this stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Now, Shane almost kind of just gave Vince a reason.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? But it was so weird. The reaction didn't seem to match the crime. You know what I'm saying? And then next thing you know, Shane's out. Next thing you know, Stephanie McMahon is ousted out of the company. There's all this talk about all this stuff. Triple H is already out. He's isolated. He's protected in a way because he's dealing with like health shit. And
I was gonna say there were some things that actually happened that it's one of those. I felt it at the time, to be honest with you. I think I'm following where you're going with this. I felt it at the time. It was good that not good that it happened. That sounds bad. It was good timing. If this was going to happen, the health things.
Triple H's heart. Yeah.
Triple H. Yeah. The real, for real health things. Forget wrestling, forget work.
No, again, I think it was.
This is a father of a family and stuff like that. For that to happen, if there was going to be a time that it happened,
you couldn't have picked a better spot. Couldn't have picked a better spot. Yep.
Yeah.
Now,
like if you had to have it happen.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's great. Yeah, not at all.
But
again, I'm a dad, so I understand.
No.
I'm
now to that point, Triple H isn't taking on 100% of Vince's role.
No.
It's getting distributed somewhat, especially between him and Steph.
And to be fair, that's probably something that shouldn't have been in one person anyhow.
Damn right, it shouldn't have been.
This isn't the 80s.
No, it isn't. 90s. And again, this is why a wrestling 2000s. Promoter shouldn't be caught up running a frickin' Fortune 500 company. It's not the same kind of. As much as Vince wanted to be the quote unquote businessman, it's like, nah, dog. You're carny. You're carny. You're carny. You're carny all day, boy.
Yeah.
You die.
And Vince was
you die under right? You die under the big tent or your tent. One of the two.
Either.
But it's not. You're not that. You're not that. It's, and so now Triple H and Steph. That's a slightly different story. I think that they can maneuver within that quote unquote business world, that publicly traded business world, much better than Vince ever could.
Well, for one thing, they don't have the
ego
legacy. Yes,
nobody does,
of course, right?
Oh yeah, 2 + 2 equals 4. Jarrett, tell us another one.
So the ego thing can work both ways. Ego and legacy can kind of work both ways. You usually tend to have the ego. If you have the legacy to back the ego, then it can work kind of to your benefit in a way. You know, you just show up and people are like, "Oh, that's Vince McMahon. Did you see that's Vince McMahon?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness, that is amazing." And I will just listen to him, or I won't listen to him because that's Vince McMahon. You know what he did? Oh my goodness, that's horrible. So there's that balance. You gotta, that cachet, I guess, rolling in.
Right.
It can kind of work both ways. Steph and Trips. I think it's positive in today's world. Vince is old school. Vince is all of the old school thinking. Whatever it is, I mean, I hate to. In fact, I don't even want to kind of glance through this, but I guess I should say it. The race thing, the whatever thing, like whatever old school you think of, Vince kind of personifies it.
No,
He kind of does.
Let's cut to the chase on that. You bring up a good point. Let's make this clear, ladies and gentlemen. There has never been a true to form African American wrestling promoter.
Yeah.
There hasn't.
Right.
It's and some of that again. Now it's interesting. Now Vince. So
I don't want it to be
Vince.
Because it's not,
no, I know you don't want to make it about
race,
race, but it is.
Thing.
But
like,
I mean, but
I'm the one with all the brown.
No, I know,
so
but that's what I'm saying. This is why. But see, this is where I can say it as the white boy. It's just a matter of fact,
right?
Without necessarily like I can't play the race card.
Sure.
So I can say
that's
it.
what I'm saying.
I know you're not. I know you're not. That's why. That's why I'm saying it for you, because I think it's important to call out. There hasn't been. Dixie was never really a true to form promoter, so there hasn't been really a true to form female, really truly like Stephanie McMahon is also really truly kind of like a true to form like woman, like head, like true to form head,
right? Trailblazer.
And she always has been, to your point, right? Sure. And so when she was in charge of the women's division, like really like 100% in charge of the women's division in the WWE, it was never better.
Right.
And it hasn't been as good since.
No.
But also, that's a great trying to keep things on point. Sure. That is a great segue into what Triple H did with NXT. There was a point in time.
Had a good blend of the Attitude Era. There are certain things from the Attitude Era. Don't get me wrong. The 20-year-old version of me.
Oh, come on now, Trish Stratus.
I miss some Attitude Era. I'm just saying, I miss some Attitude Era.
Jerry Lawler screaming puppies every chance he got.
Puppies. Yeah.
Although I gotta say, my girl was Stacy Keibler, and she wasn't out there because of her puppies.
No. That was
a whole another thing going on there.
Yeah. We all had our thing.
Absolutely. So, I mean, they knew the demographic.
And to be fair,
they knew what they were pointing to.
Guys, it's not even just the hey, girls in bikinis, and stuff like that. The pillow fight championships. No. What was the one? What was the one? What was the one that if you got an evening gown match?
The evening gown. They got to rip off the evening gown. And all the girls be out in the lingerie and stuff.
Shawn Michaels. See, yet another reason why Shawn Michaels is the man. Shawn Michaels decided that whoever lost their evening gown was the winner. See, that's my boy, Shawn. Anyway,
yeah.
Oh, that might have been his greatest decision ever in wrestling. You can't bring that. Okay, let's be real. That's not the greatest thing. I'm a dad now. I don't want my son.
Well, I mean, I'm the dad of 2 girls, so it's even tougher for me.
You're seeing it from a totally different side. I'm seeing it even as my son. I'm like, I don't want my son looking at.
Right.
I don't want them ogling girls and deciding that they're pieces of meat. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, it's like you're gonna ogle.
Was I doing it probably at the time? Yes.
Well, the way I'd see it, if I had a son, the way I put it down is like, hey, like you're gonna ogle.
Yeah. One thing to look.
It's how you handle it.
Yeah.
It's how you handle
everybody respectfully.
That
and things like
there's one again of every woman I've ever met. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you, darling. I cannot always 100% control where my eyes go. But like, and it's like they're not even going anywhere. They're just pointing someplace. So I was like, those same eyes and the rest of me are like right here. Like, so don't get it twisted. If you catch my eyes peeking over at something, I see a nice car, I'm gonna look at it. I see a nice bicycle,
and I move on.
I see a nice female, I'm gonna look. But it's the same thing like that. It's not like I'm just gonna try and just like sit up on that bike and like see if or get up in that car and see if the keys are there and ride off.
Sure.
It's
one thing to go, okay, that is a nice.
Yep, and
car.
Boom, done.
And as opposed to, that is a nice, good. That is a nice car. You see that car?
Yeah.
All of the car?
You can do that all day when you're single. You can do that all day when you're single.
Sure.
But,
Should you do it? No, you shouldn't do it. You shouldn't do it then either. You should be respectful. I'm just saying.
No, I mean,
you should be.
Well,
we always? No.
It's... Well, also some of it kind of comes into the. I guess I'm kind of thinking more from kind of a mental perspective as opposed to like the overt action. Because like the overt action should be a bit more kind of the, play like you've been there. What I mean? Play like you've been there before, man.
We're way off topic, but yes, this is.
But Vince brought in.
That's what you can't bring from the Attitude Era.
Vince can't bring that in from the Attitude Era.
That's actually where we started with this whole.
You're the one that started in with the lingerie and the.
What happened was. I'm not married yet, man. I'm not married yet.
Not yet.
So
Not yet.
So, there are certain things that you can't bring, but there are certain pieces of that are missing from wrestling. The whole PG era, quite frankly, the PG era, I look at it as if you were trying to build a company and you were saying, you know what, we're going to jump down. We need to appeal to the 8, 10, 12-year-olds, right? I need to appeal to them because I want to generate a new clientele. Right. I'm not worried about the old guys like Jarrett and Ian. I'm not worried about those guys.
No.
They're hooked. They're in. They're going to be here for the next 20 years until, right. So they're there. I want to build my next fan base. And that's any company, right? Like any sport even. Football, basketball, baseball, whatever. You want to build that. You want to get those 8, 10, 12-year-olds hooked because they're going to be your new revenue. They're going to be your revenue in 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. Guys like us, we're passing. The time goes. So if you were trying to do that, great. You know what? Okay, reboot every 30 years. I get that.
we're also a bit more set in our ways, so it's a little bit harder to sway us.
Right, we are what we
which
are.
is another
Right.
reason why you're out of the
I'm gonna
demo.
always look back to the Attitude Era and the NWO as the linchpin of wrestling. It's going to be the thing that I always compare everything else to, and quite frankly, it's always going to come up short. Is what it is.
Right.
But they're not trying to appeal to me.
And that's a fair assessment
if you're trying
for
to build that new group. Okay, cool. Well, it's been 15, 20 years. That group isn't 8 and 12 years old anymore. They have moved on, which means it's time for a little bit of attitude. And so even if wrestling is reciprocal, I don't think I'm using that word right. Where you're doing, the circle. Even if you're doing that, it was time. It was a long time ago. And that's the reason that AEW and stuff like that has jumped. Those people that have gotten hooked as little kids, 8, 10, 12 years old, well, now they're 18, 20 years old, like you and I were, at the time. And so something with a little more realism, a little more edge, not so hokey, not Virginia Tech hokey, but just goofy. Yeah. That type of thing. All of that's gone, which Triple H is going to bring in spades.
So
there's Paul Levesque.
There's some interesting history here. Hunter is very forward thinking. I think that's if you really look back. So let's go into the past to see how forward thinking Paul Levesque was. From the very beginning, he was always looking to his next steps. Whereas wrestling, especially for the boys, historically has always been, okay, this night, this match, next week, next payday, boom, 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 boom. Paul was very much like, so I can't remember who it was. Paul did not give himself the cerebral assassin name, and it wasn't Vince either. It was
not a Vince type.
It was one of the boys in the back. It was someone in the back, or maybe like a producer or an agent or someone. Someone in the back gave Paul that name because Paul's been very much forward-leaning, forward-looking, looking at what we can do.
And so, he always was, even click
that's what I mean. That it's where he sat. Riding around with a bunch of degenerates as a teetotaler.
Yeah.
Which means you don't drink. You don't do any of that stuff.
Yeah.
So for the guys, it was just, okay, we got a DD.
DD, yay!
From his standpoint, these are the hottest guys in the business. And I would suspect that maybe like someone like Sean or like Kevin Nash might have gotten Paul into the clique.
Oh, sure.
I guarantee you it was Scott Hall and X-Pac that kept him in it. Especially Scott Hall. Because again, I think I could, it's so sad because I think if that incident with that guy where Scott Hall had to shot him in self-defense, like wrestled the gun away from the guy so he didn't shoot him. Mm-hmm. And the demons that Scott Hall fought, what Scott Hall could have been to the wrestling business, is you saw those just sparks, just chops, and just the little things that just would come through from him, And I guarantee it was Scott Hall that kept Triple H in it. Because think about it, who is Triple H going to have a legitimate, intelligent conversation with
Sean
about the wrestling business? Fuck no. Sean was passed out on somas in the back. Fuck off. Come on.
That's my boy.
Come on.
Leave Sean alone.
But so let's
no, legitimately sure.
Let's look
Whereas
at
they all got wrestling from a different point of view.
Sure.
Like
now
Nash,
again, I think that was
like,
I think I'm very short. Now again, I think now Kevin Nash is not dumb. Kevin Nash is a very intelligent person.
Yeah.
He plays dumb, but like the politics of it. But as far as like wrestling,
as
like
between the ropes,
like the
and
creative
storyline before and after.
Like Scott Hall wasn't the creative person, nor was he the worker in the ring. But he had the benefit of both being very large, and actually like let's put this, but also let's put it this way. He wasn't ugly,
right? Yeah.
And he was exceptionally smart.
He could talk.
And he could talk. He could talk, but also like on the back. So he had basically he had everything except for so basically he had a lot of the features. He just didn't have the creative or the work rate.
So let me stop you for a second. What really and we're a little bit again off topic, but and we'll jump back in. We'll try to jump back in at this point. The Clique in general, the Clique as a collective unit, which is never an on-screen thing. The Clique as a collective unit sort of personifies wrestling.
You think about like you want to put the perfect stable together. If you want to put the perfect stable together on camera,
absolutely. How could you have never had anything?
Well, I mean,
you want to have people that can talk. You have all of them. Anyone in there can talk,
at least to some extent.
To a degree. To a degree.
X-Pac was probably the worst at talking.
Sure, yeah, you don't want him talking a lot. But you want the superstar, the guy, the headliner, the main event, the icon, that guy? Yeah, you have that. Oh, you want the brains of the operation? Yeah, you have that. You want the worker? Yeah, you have that. You need the politics. And as much as we want, politics sounds bad, right?
No, you got to have it.
Like, let's just call it like it is.
Yep.
And honestly, that's a little bit of Sean and a little bit the stuff that as bad as you make Sean out to be, and probably it was worse. But he's not exactly bad at politics. He's around.
Oh no, Sean.
You know what I mean?
Sean knows the politics side of things.
I'm just
saying. He knows how to.
Sean's still around.
No.
If you think 100%. Of the stuff Sean did, and went into a workplace and you pulled that same stuff, and you're still around, there's something to be said.
You've got to bring it. You've got to bring it in key moments.
Yeah, there better be.
So then you can turn around and get away with completely, poofing the pooch.
Yeah. Like all of it.
There was words that I wanted to say that I couldn't say, and those were the first two words I can, you're poofing the pooch basically, and poofing it on
over and over again
at a level
on TV
like unseen otherwise.
All right.
Yeah. But like
that's
you're putting that
specialness.
So okay, Triple H
group.
I'm not gonna say Triple H didn't learn a lot from it. The big thing was this. Sure. The big thing was that I would say he probably learned to work from HBK in spurts when he was able to teach him.
Sure.
He learned about the politics from Kevin Nash when either he was able to teach him or willing to teach him.
Right.
X-Pac would and Hall were guys. Now Hall, you had to kind of figure out a little bit. But see, here's the thing. Hall, like Triple H probably helped keep Hall sober, because if Hall has a project like that, then he's locked in. Yeah, and that's all that matters. He needs to see something to obsess on.
Yeah.
And to just distract him from his demons.
And sometimes that's really all that is the thing. I mean, everybody has their own version of demons. And things like that. Sometimes the hardest part is simply people are like, oh, well, you drink too much. Oh my goodness, how? Stop drinking. It's not that hard. Yeah, well, you need to replace that with something. Yeah. It's the something that you have a problem with.
Right.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's something that you have a problem with. And so perfect example, that type of thing. For Triple H to give Hall something.
I guarantee you Hall was the one that called out. Well, first of all, he was the one that said that we need to bring this kid in the first place.
Right. Sure.
So he already saw something there. And so if you think about, like, if you take an eye like that, a talent like that, someone that can be in the ring, work the way he did, talk the way he did, and could be like, if he just could channel that appropriately without the demon on his back.
Sure. Right.
Scott Hall could have been Scott Hall could be away. Scott Hall could be potentially where Triple H is now.
Yeah.
Not necessarily banging Steph.
Well, I've been fighting the urge to do this, because I just kind of want to set Jarrett off for a second. So I think one of the main things, where's the devil horns? I need that at this point to show up. One of the main things that Triple H learned was to not be banging China, and to mainly go after the boss's daughter. So that's how he got to where he is. Go.
Okay.
I'm gonna let y'all. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I knew this was gonna come up at some point.
And
we already
go.
So we already talked about Stephanie McMahon. We already talked about the little girl saying, "No, I'm gonna be the one in charge." It don't work that way. You don't get a woman. You don't pull a woman like Stephanie McMahon, who has the family, who has the smarts, and dear God has the looks. You don't pull that. I'm sorry. You talk about like, he just stumbled in and married the boss's daughter. You don't pull a woman like Stephanie McMahon if you aren't not playing the game. You don't pull a woman like Stephanie McMahon unless you are the game. Period.
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying.
You're putting the cart.
Don't get me wrong, it's an upgrade in my mind too.
You're putting.
But he did switch from China. I don't know what in the world he was thinking. He went from China to Steph, and China was kicked out of the WWF. I don't know which one it was at that point. It was F still. Just saying. It's awful coincidental.
No, I won. But let's put it this way. let's say you have someone like Paul who has all the talent in the world, all of the potential, all of the drive, all of the ambition. There's a little bit of that I don't quite deserve it in the back of his head that maybe not anybody else sees, not anybody else gets. That then drives him to what CM Punk would call a crazy chick. I was talking about the comedy routine where you bring it back. This is my mic drop.
Yeah. It's kind of funny because one of CM Punk's least favorite people is Paul Levesque. But
I know because they butted heads. And
similarities. You know, people that have.
I've got a whole thought about exactly what happened there, and I'm not surprised. Do you think for a second that Paul Levesque was the one that made the first move on Steph?
Well, of course he did.
No. Not even close. That doesn't happen.
Well, he made the move. I mean, he was clearly just trying to move up the ladder. So he saw the ladder to climb up.
Stephanie fucking McMahon is in the ladder. Like nobody climbs up her. Period. Do you want her to do her rendition of Vince's voice for you? I'm sorry.
You're
fired. Like, no. I'm sorry. It doesn't work that way. It simply doesn't work that way. People saying that Triple H used Stephanie McMahon for whatever political prowess he got is put in the cart. It's one
opportunistic.
Not only putting the cart before the horse, but is completely mistaking the orientation, the number of wheels, the design of the cart, just everything. You
believe that
you do not.
Triple H was in charge of that.
Fuck no. You do not climb up that like that does not happen. You have to have something that she sees in you. Period. She is Vince McMahon's daughter. I don't care who the hell you are. You are not using that woman for anything. Unless you're Vince.
You. But yeah.
I'm sorry, but like that's it. Like as far as like story, like, you know, I'm sorry, like different storylines, whatever. Yeah, you're gonna hear like,
the reason that
yes, Dad, I will do this. Like, but like, and probably grudgingly, but like say, yes, Dad, I will do this for the business.
Well, there was a storyline that was supposed to be that he was the father of her child at some point. That was supposed to go down. So, yeah.
Well, fortunately, some TV execs shut that down way before they could. Like, I mean,
I can't remember why it didn't go through, but it did not go through. But yeah, I think we're all better for that.
But Steph would have been like, I mean, yeah, Steph's a soldier, but come on, that's dirty. I really just hope that that's just a sick rumor, you know?
Type of deal. No, that wasn't. It's been said on too many verified channels that I forgot the reason that it didn't happen. There was something like major else that happened instead, and I can't remember what it was. It kind of goes along the lines of it fell in sort of the same world as Chris Benoit. Was it Chris Benoit? During the time they were going to make Vince McMahon have died.
Okay.
And I can't remember I can't remember. I think it was Chris Benoit. I could almost swear that was related to him. That Vince McMahon was supposed to have been blown up. Do you remember that?
I remember that. Yeah.
And then it just ended. It ended like the next week.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, he blew up, and they never said anything more about it. It was sort of along one of those types of storylines as far as why it just ended, where something else major happened, and so they just didn't go through with the storyline and just went on.
I know. I think no. Okay. So
it wasn't the same. It wasn't.
No, we're conflating two different things. Yeah, we're conflating two different things. Yes. So I know what you're talking about. They had the storyline where Vince died, and then not too long after that, you had the situation with Chris Benoit, and we're not going to go too deeper than that.
Right.
And then because of that, Vince needed to be up front and present.
Yeah, and that's what it was. And it was like the next week. Legitimately, I think it was like the next week or the week after.
Just the timing on it, the juxtaposition of things.
Bad timing.
Yep, we need to. No, we can't be playing around with this stuff. We can't be playing around with death. We can't be playing around with like all this stuff. And also, we need our man in charge up front and center, and rallying the troops and letting the quote-unquote WWE universe, which I don't think it was that back then, but effectively what you would call the collective fan base. It's like, okay, no, we need our general in charge up front and bolstering morale. And
you gotta have your real guy up there. You know what? Forget kayfabe for a minute. Listen, this is what's happening.
Okay, so rumor and conjecture aside,
sure,
including this whole crap. I know you are, but it's good. It's good that you are, because I know, but I also, I mean, come on, like it is the obvious, especially if you're somebody who's not exactly happy with where you are in life. That's the oh, he only got there because. Or maybe he got there because he's just that damn good.
Yeah,
and he actually has the skill. He actually has the talent. He's actually put in the work.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's scapegoat. Not even just with wrestling. I mean, just
no, it's everything. General, right?
Yeah. I'll use I can say this. You know, that type of thing. It's because I'm brown or whatever. No, maybe it's because you didn't do this work or that work. You know, that type of thing. Like it's related to that. It's related to the work, people. It's not always because.
Sure, it's not to say it can't be, but it's not always.
Not that.
So let's talk about NXT. Let's talk about NXT, because I think this is where we really.
Let's focus. Let's forget Vince. No Vince. No Stephanie.
And
we're going to talk straight up about.
And I think this is where we really need to talk about NXT and what he did with NXT, because NXT. NXT as it's constituted is Triple H's baby.
Well, not as it constituted. As it's constituted is, and I mean, if you don't agree, then tell me. But as it's constituted is the whole like tie-dyed.
No, I'm sorry. I'm no, not now. Not now.
Yeah.
As NXT was constituted.
Sure. Not the tie-dye stuff.
Like, I don't even consider that NXT. NXT 2.0, whatever. And I really hope he brings that. I would really expect that to settle down. Maybe not back to the yellow and black, but maybe something a bit more like professional and serious. So because here's the thing, NXT was born from their development. It's their G League. It was their minor leagues. It was their.
That's sort of what I was talking about as far as just kind of tie things a little bit together. I was talking about bringing some of the Attitude Era, and then I segued.
No, but
some of that Attitude Era, the realism, the edgy, little bit of edgy, type of stuff,
yes,
into the 2020 20s.
But also to be able to give up and coming people,
a platform.
maybe people that are coming in from the indies who hadn't been in a bit more of a structured system.
Sure.
A place where they could go and have a platform, because it wasn't on
star.
I'm sorry.
To establish themselves as a star.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
A fan. So I'll use myself as the example. I don't know. I don't watch every other wrestling promotion. I don't know anything about New Japan. I mean, I do now, but I don't. I didn't regularly watch New Japan or TNA even, or Impact, or whatever it's called now. Impact Wrestling. I didn't know every little star. I don't watch indies, stuff like that.
Right.
So I don't know who.
And there's a good number of, especially and people would call them like casual fans, but I mean, again, it kind of comes into like what you have time for, really right now. I mean, that's kind of where I am now. The only benefit is that I have the internet.
Sure.
Where it's much easier to catch clips of things, have guys like Simon Miller, What Culture, Russell Talk, Steven Larson, those kinds of guys where you can kind of kick back and kind of watch what they're doing. You get a good synopsis of what's going on, and also kind of hear their take. As especially for me personally, I like it because they're reviewing it. They're giving their own take on it, but they're also kind of reviewing it as kind of they're reviewing it from an objective level, but then also they're giving their subjective take on it. But their subjective take is from someone who covers wrestling as a job.
Right.
Back what ESPN used to be, you pricks. So they're able to give kind of that honest opinion,
right?
But in a professional way, still be entertaining, still be funny.
Sure.
But there's a talent to that exists now. So it helps me keep up with things, kind of get a pulse on what's happening. There was a time before AEW came in, and as WWE proper was on the decline, and even looking at New Japan, probably there was an argument for NXT being number one.
Yeah.
And the only competition it had was New Japan / Ring of Honor, because at that same time, New Japan and Ring of Honor had a very tight connection, which also then helped. You talked about competition, which then also helped to fuel Triple H to start to grab people from Ring of Honor before New Japan could get them.
Right.
That's how we got Adam Cole. That's how we got Kyle O'Reilly. That's how we got Bobby Fish. I mean, I could just pull off names. Bray Wyatt. The Wyatt family. With the Fireflies.
If you go back further than that, when NXT guys like Roman Reigns.
Oh, I was going backwards a little bit. No, they were part of my list. But as big as the Shield was.
Oh, absolutely.
They were not from just a crowd reaction. Bray Wyatt coming out with the Wyatt family with that lantern and the lights going off and people turning on the lights on their phones.
Right.
Because they were the Fireflies.
Yeah.
You want to talk about bringing in engagement. You want to talk about bringing the crowd in. You want to talk about the viewers sitting there watching, like how many, think about how many people, the percentage of people watching on television still turned on the lights on their phones in the dark.
Absolutely. And
that started in NXT. That started, and here's the other thing. Here's one reason why I want to bring that in. And you mentioned the Shield.
Mm-hmm.
Dean Ambrose, Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns, Bray Wyatt, and I can't remember the other guys' names. You know what didn't happen when they came in? WWE didn't change their names and they didn't change their gimmick.
Yes. They did not Karrion Kross them and give them a funny mask. And honestly, okay.
Freaking bear claw Keith
touch
Lee.
On this just real fast and then we'll jump back to the Karrion Kross, who just showed up. Sorry, spoilers. Just showed up on SmackDown last night. I don't know. Did you see that?
No, I did. I told you about what I was looking at.
Yeah. So exactly. That's why I didn't know if you knew Karrion Kross was also there. So Karrion Kross shows up, and of course he's an NXT guy. Karrion Kross, and he's not my type of guy. It's not. I don't. Whatever. He's fine. I didn't follow him super well. I thought he was. Anyhow, he's not one of my stereotypical kind of guys I'm gonna really follow. But he shows up, he's back. They didn't give him a funky mask. They didn't give him some ridiculous intro. It was almost like Vince by that time had anybody that came up from NXT had to have the stupidest possible. It was like they were brand new all over again. And instead of just kind of following the momentum, it was okay, that was momentum. Yeah, we're gonna just stop that. Now his name is Bob, or what was what's the one? I'm gonna insult somebody, and I don't mean to. It's just me being stupid. He's not Irish. What is his name? I forgot what they gave. See, the fact that I don't remember what his name is. He's with Sheamus and them now, but he was a complete badass when he was on NXT.
Talking about Pete Dunne.
Yes.
And now they call him Butch.
I couldn't think of what they call him. Butch, right?
You dude, don't eat like.
You see what I'm saying?
I've been tracking Pete Dunne. So
I like Pete Dunne.
So Pete Dunne,
he doesn't fit me like at all. He doesn't fit my kind of. But he was interesting. You gotta watch
Pete Dunne from before, like when he first walked into NXT.
Oh, Pete Dunne. That's the one I know.
Pete Dunne came to NXT before there was an NXT UK.
This whole Butch thing is stupid.
Which is another thing. But like Pete Dunne, Pete Dunne got his history back in like the British style, and like he grew up with the old school like British like catch can wrestling style. The same thing with like Davey Boy Smith, the Dynamite Kid, freaking William Regal, just that, like these are guys that can legitimately twist you into a pretzel.
Yeah.
I don't care who you are. Unless you're like in MMA, like a professional fighter of some form who's been like serious professional training, if you're just some badass on the street and you may be the baddest man in town,
right?
These guys can twist you into pretzels before you even think.
And is that my kind of wrestler? Obviously not. That is not my guy. It isn't. Shawn isn't that, Sting isn't that, Taker isn't that.
But like,
you name
like,
it, those are my, Rock isn't
that. He redefined that because he's
smaller brawler type deal. Right.
He redefined the class. Pete Dunne is not a cruiserweight.
He's a
bruiserweight.
Yeah.
And put the freaking belt in his teeth.
Yeah.
and just and then just hold the fist, just like
interesting.
Yes,
interesting. You got again, not my kind of wrestler, and yet I was paying attention.
Damn, exactly. It was
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like that's what it comes down to. You want my attention? Great, be interesting.
Like, you look at time and time again with what they did to people coming out of NXT. You just look at how they
one guy
treated them.
They tried to give him, I think, a proper push, and unfortunately,
Finn Balor.
It was Finn Balor.
Yeah,
and I say unfortunately because I like Finn Balor.
And he got his shoulder. He won the freaking belt. And got his shoulder. Yeah.
And Vince, I believe, from that moment on was like, no more little people. And no more little people, little in stature or that little side.
But the thing is, like, he wasn't even one, first of all, if you follow Finn Balor's career, it's not like he's injury prone. Also, he was going up against Seth. Yeah, he was going up against Seth freaking Rollins.
Yeah,
it's not like he was a big guy himself. And also, it was just that buckle bomb
shoulder.
That buckle bomb move. I think as much. Some of it's a matter of like, there's not enough. If you're gonna do that move, there's not enough training around it apparently. Because there've been quite a few injuries. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
and Nia Jax had a thing where she hurt somebody with it.
I don't want to knock him.
Like no, and Sting's been around the damn block, so it kind of comes into knowing how to take it, but also that's also one of those things where the person giving it to you also needs to do it right. Mm-hmm. Now, Finn's gone on record that he has said that he took it wrong because he was actually
tried to take it a little bit too real.
Like while he was on rehab, Seth Rollins was actually going into rehab for his knee at the same clinic. And they were able to, and basically Finn's never had any animosity towards Seth about it.
Sure.
But there've been plenty of times where we've seen people pulling that move, and it's like if both people don't hit that exactly right, I just think that's one of those things. You just need to take it out of the repertoire. You just need to just I would say there have
been too many people
a properly applied pile driver is safer because it relies more on one person.
Yes, not
than
two
both.
people in course.
Yeah.
No choreography.
But just like, I'm serious. Just like stop with the skinny leg people. Freaking pulling off pile drivers. Like serious.
That's true.
Like you need
Saquon Barkley quads.
You need some Tony Storm thighs on you to pull that off. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't go off and just pulling that off. But okay, so but if you look at just the core and just there was fire, there was dedication, there was just belief that we can do something here. Not only can we make this brand as NXT something to pay attention to. Yes, this is we recognize what this is. Yes, this is something that we feel that can really help to be a launch pad to rocket our careers. And yes, exactly. Yes,
that you are growing towards something.
Yes,
not cutting it off at the knees once it's grown. You don't grow a plant. I'm going to grow a tomato plant. Oh, it popped up. It's this tall now. Okay, let's cut it down and grow another one. Like,
and everybody,
what are we doing?
Everybody that has come out of that NXT system while Triple H was in charge of it has nothing but good things to say about him.
Yeah.
Like they just adore the environment, the way it was run, and like again, I was like, no, it's like hey, look, you need to do this shit. But we're going to give you every tool. We're going to give you everything you need to make it happen. So when we say,
cover up your weaknesses, and we're going to exemplify your strengths.
When we say it's not us, it's you.
Yeah.
You've got no leg to stand on.
Right.
Like if we let you go, it's because you're just not there yet. Now, we're not saying you can't come back and then prove it to us later, but right now it's not there.
You're not there, which is okay.
Yes, especially for development, especially from a thing.
We live in the world of, oh my goodness, I'm just so insulted by everything. But that's sometimes you just need time.
That's the kick in the teeth.
Yeah.
But see, the other thing is that NXT had. So the other thing that Paul did with NXT is that he developed strong relationships with those indie crews, and helped to say hey, it was almost kind of like a minor league for the minor league kind of thing. It's like, hey, we got this guy. Hey, look, you know what? We need
work on your pitching.
We need him to get we need him to get a little more work in. Maybe we can bring him back. But it's the same thing is like they're constantly watching. They had scouts. Paul had scouts. Vince never watched any. Vince is like you. He never watched any, he never watched anything.
I watch my thing.
Yeah.
That's it.
Which is a horrible point of view. It's a horrible point of view.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it took them forever. They took them forever to get Vince to really start to. And again, so you talked about. This sounds like a segue, but it isn't. You talked about Eric Bischoff having a podcast.
Sure.
The name of his podcast is 83 Weeks.
Right.
That's the 83 weeks in a row that WCW whooped WWE's ass in the ratings. Straight.
Yeah.
If Vince McMahon was paying attention, and I'm also speaking a little bit out of school because I'm a department head for fucking competitive intelligence, but I'm sorry. If you aren't paying attention to what the competition's doing, they're going to eat your fucking lunch.
Yes.
Period.
Because they sure as hell are paying attention.
They are sure as hell watching you. 100% they are.
Front runner.
Yep.
Oh, you're the lead dog. You know what everybody else the only thing they have to do.
Target. You are the target. Yep.
So yeah.
And so Paul was not just watching what was going on with other wrestling
in the other company.
He was making relationships. Yes. He was talking to people and figuring out and and like a lot of promoters I'd hate to lose this guy, but he's good. He's really good. He deserves to make that money.
Some TV time, but I can't give him TV time right here.
Yeah.
He needs to learn, or she needs to learn. And honestly, she as much as he.
Paul was huge. the NXT developed the women's division, and then when they came up into big league WWE, where Steph was able. But again, the blueprint for what's about to happen,
the whole four
already existed.
4 horsewomen.
Four horsewomen. Yes.
Yeah. That was all in.
Oh,
NXT.
let's not forget who showed up at SummerSlam. Who was let go?
Yeah, I was gonna go. Yeah, she was actually the 3 people that showed up at SummerSlam. Yeah. 2 were not on the roster.
Yep.
Probably 3 weeks ago.
Yep.
Not on the roster. One was hurt. Granted, Bailey was hurt.
Yep.
Or but that particular stable was
presented and
yes. Month ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago. It was a while ago. Is basically what I'm saying. And he was like, "Yeah, nah, we're good. We good. Peace."
Yeah.
Vince, let's be real. Vince never progressed the Divas past. Well, the Divas title with the little.
Well, that butterfly. And as time has gone on, Vince has not been very keen on any ideas that weren't his.
No.
If it wasn't something he could market, if it wasn't something that he could market and have it attaches, that's what I'm saying. I think he was trying to recreate the 80s
and
or 90s in some way.
To be fair, I was going to say some Attitude Era. Like, there's a reason that the WWE is around and WCW isn't, right?
Sure, but also because Vince actually started to pay attention to what the hell was going on.
Sure, and then
outside of his own world. I think I'm saying that Vince. I'm not saying this was a strategic move from Vince. I'm saying Vince was legitimately living in the 80s.
Oh. Yeah, that's probably true.
And he was just trying, like giving people stupid names and stupid gimmicks, and the writers basically just did what they could with it to try and make it not be a plumber. Oh yeah. Hey, you know it worked great back in 1984. Okay, here's what you do. You know the guy that comes in and he replaces your windshield? What if that same guy was a serial killer? Yeah. We're gonna make him the next mid-card star. He's gonna be called the Wiper. He's gonna be called the Wiper. And he's gonna come out with windshield wipers in his hands and the little squeegee. The squeegee's gonna be hanging from his neck. Yeah.
You can see somebody going.
Yeah. He's gonna. So can we figure out how to tweak that? Okay, I'm sorry, but like we're really running out of things to tweak here for this stuff.
Yeah.
Let's just drop first names. Let's just drop all the first names.
Renovate. I don't know.
Hey Vince. We're gonna be talking about probably one of the things was probably a lot of the writers are going to him is like probably saying, hey, yeah, we're considering this arc for Riddle, like blah 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 blah, and it's like that's like, you call him, what's his first name? And he's gonna say, I don't care what his first name is. I don't care what his first name is. I don't care. We're gonna just call him Riddle. We're just gonna call him Riddle. And it's gonna be.
He completely got rid of first names were not his strength.
It's gonna be great.
First names.
It's gonna be great. Oh, we got this big fat black guy. Yeah. We're gonna call him Bearcat. Yeah, we're gonna call him Bearcat.
He was completely fine in NXT. Was completely getting over.
Freaking no, Keith Lee.
They were gonna call him the Silverback there.
Keith Lee has been. Oh dear God, Keith Lee has been freaking a major dude. Like you talk about like Ring of Honor, New Japan, Mexico, like all this stuff, and like he comes into NXT like rocking shit, and like in WWE they basically cut his move set in half.
Yeah.
And just say, you're a big guy. You're a big man.
You're big, so you need to be slow and plodding. That's
Dude's dropping insecurity. Like he's like Keith Lee is like even more athletic than Samoa Joe.
Who is extremely athletic.
Yes.
I mean he's older now, but still.
But like in his prime in TNA. Dude,
you look at TNA stuff. He was in the X division.
What I miss is the old school TNA. Was like the old school TNA from the pay-per-views, and you would hear the Joe no, but like the crowds would say, Joe will fucking kill you.
Yeah,
Joe will fucking
gonna kill.
Joe, they cleaned it up. They cleaned it up to.
the crowd they gave him music that they could not chant that to.
Yeah,
because they tried.
but also they also like tell the crowds, it's like, hey, if you guys like we're not gonna like. So basically, the crowd had to change it to say Joe's gonna kill you.
Yeah.
Joe's original chants were Joe will fucking kill you. And then also like the other thing, it's like, so we talked about Toni Storm. When she came into NXT, the crowd kept up with her old school. It's an old, like, basically the way they say it was like, Toni Storm, Toni Storm, Toni. It's like this British soccer chant.
Oh.
And they always would say it to that. And then they would come in with the Toni fucking Storm into it where it fit, where the syllables had to fit. Toni Storm, Toni Storm, Toni fucking Storm, and they would just always just like come in with that, and they kind of kept it, and they would just the sound guys would just
smear it.
They would just just kind of drop the volume on it a little bit, and that completely went away. It completely went away. Now, because the thing was, because the crowd was majority of a bunch of incel British dudes, and Toni Storm can go into that ring and pretty much do whatever she wanted.
I get it.
She could just go in and do whatever she wanted. But like even in NXT, they kept to kind of maintain some of her vibe, some of her energy, like what made her Toni effing Storm. And
then she came to the main roster.
When they went to the main roster,
like sex.
Yeah, I mean there was that, but the thing was like I said that Toni Storm could do whatever she wanted to in the ring, but the fact was the girl can go.
No,
the girl can flat out work. She can get it done. Like, and so that's what NXT and like you're not gonna, under Paul's watch, you weren't gonna end up in NXT unless like, especially on like it was on Hulu. I don't know where I was watching on Hulu. I don't know where else they had it, but like you weren't gonna end up on Hulu's iteration of television unless you can go.
Right.
And you can have signups and tryouts and all this stuff, but especially if they're going to come in and sign you from the indies, you have to be able to work in the ring. Well, and so, like Charlie Gargano, freaking Tommaso Ciampa, I mean, just
even the Street Profits.
Oh,
Street Profits are one of
Montez
the few teams that have somehow made it a little bit. You know what I mean?
But you talk about a gutted version of it. Street Profits at NXT
were totally
different. Man.
Yeah.
Authors of Pain. Authors of Pain. Who you think would have just been like, you think Vince would just be able to take those guys and skyrocket them?
That was a perfect group for big, strong.
Paul turned them
people.
Paul turned those guys. They couldn't talk. They had a manager. They had the original.
Fair enough.
Paul Levesque.
You want to talk about a guy that a group that is tailor made for a stable? You want to talk about 4D chess. Paul Levesque in NXT puts them with the original manager of the Road Warriors. Right. Yes, exactly. And week 1, they turned on them as soon as they went to the main roster. See my point? Yeah. So
Ellering had this whole thing. He's completely different than what he did with LOD or the Road Warriors. He basically come along and he's like I've got the blueprint.
Yeah.
I've got the blueprint. I have it figured out. I have the perfect protocols written in place. I have the story laid out. I have the words ready to go to paper. And ladies and gentlemen, I will introduce you to my authors of pain.
Yeah.
Come on. And I guarantee you, Paul was given full ride to write that promo however he wanted to, and he pieced it all together. Come on, like.
Yeah. Sometimes, what I'm looking forward to is to see the ripple effect of Triple H.
Can I start to love right? WWE again? Can I finally start to love?
He planted all the seeds, all the relationships. Right? All business is about relationships.
Yeah.
He's planted all those seeds. It is cool to be able to see somebody who has put that work in, possibly also reap benefits. If Sasha Banks shows up on Monday Night Raw,
and I hope she does. I hope she does, because she's another one. The Rock Royal Rumble match.
Anyway, hey, what's going on, buddy?
The Rock Royal Rumble match, man. Are you saying like March 30th, 2023?
I'm gonna tell you, if Rock, first off, I don't think Rock would even be in the Royal Rumble. I think that Rock
he might be at the Royal Rumble.
I think Rock would just go straight to the Bloodline, and that'll be their WrestleMania moment. That'll be their moment.
Ooh.
For sure. I think that's just the natural fit. Hey, thanks. First off, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Yeah.
Thanks for checking us out. Yeah, we're sitting back. We're talking about the transition from Vince McMahon to Triple H with creative and kind of things that we're thinking about that could come up. You think about he might win it?
Saying win the Royal. So you think he's going to be a surprise entrant? Do we have?
Last man.
Do we start?
Last man.
Pool here on
kind of like a Joker, like guaranteed last man into the Royal Rumble and just drop the rock bottom and the people's elbow and the whoever the hell it was.
I mean, I'm not against that. I'm not against Rock being in.
Well, like Rock coming in, basically coming in, like you know how I could see that happen. You know how I could see that happen. Rock in some weird segue, you could see him just standing there with the eyebrow, right? And then some weirdo comes in. I see what you're heading. I'm catching you. But for Royal Rumble, especially if you want to see him in the Rumble, coming in, and then some mid-carder walking you were talking about attitude error, straight up attitude error, coming into him, and then Rock dropping the "it don't matter what your name is," blah 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 blah, and then the mid card guy heels up on him a little bit, right? And then what you do is with the Rumble, you have that mid card guy come in whatever number.
Sure.
And then either the number after or maybe the number after that. You don't want to stretch it out too far. You have The Rock come in under the rope. You get a second where that guy is kind of alone. You hear the dun dun, you hear the whole thing. The Rock says the whole thing as he's coming down.
Go old school Rock.
I'm going old school Rock with The Rock says.
If you smell.
No, it's going to come out with it. It's going to come out with the if you smell what The Rock is cooking.
If you smell.
You're gonna hear that first, but then as he's coming in, the music is The Rock says. He's coming down, doing the whole thing. Guys shaking, all this stuff, and he comes in, and then he basically all he does is drops the rock bottom. Everybody kind of looks at everybody. Nobody's doing shit. He comes in, drops the people's elbow, and then basically kind of just basically just throws that jabroni out of the ring. And then basically Rock kind of comes back and does some variation, almost kind of like the Kane, kind of like over the top rope. He basically just kind of Psst. I only came in here to whoop up on this jabroni. That's it. That's what I came to do, and that's it. I'm done.
See, I like where Jocko's going though. So he's got first off, WrestleMania is in LA this year coming up, right? And so I believe Batista kind of hangs out in LA, and Mr. Cena does hang out in LA. Right. And
I would love to see either of those matches. I would love to see. Let's flip it. Let's say Rock comes in at Royal Rumble. Roman Reigns don't want nothing of it. He's the head of the table, right?
It's got to be a bloodline thing. They got to do the bloodline thing, because at some point, I mean, whereas Roman Reigns is the head of the table, I think we all know there is a true head of that house, maybe.
But see, that's the thing.
Roman Reigns is the head of the table, but the head of the house is.
Then that's the thing. They make that argument. They make that argument. Roman Reigns doesn't want anything to do with anybody that could possibly challenge his seat at the table. Period.
They have not acknowledged him.
So right. You already established that. You go in long-term booking between major pay-per-views.
This is a thing that is possible now with Triple H involved. Just
saying. You have The Rock showing up in little bit spots here and there. Maybe do a little bit of jabroni this. Maybe throw a couple rock bottoms here and there. Then you have Roman Reigns coming in saying,
acknowledge me.
Acknowledge me. And if you don't, if you won't take me one-on-one, then how about you bring a friend and you kind of work out that whole thing. So we flip it. Batista shows up to support Roman Reigns, because Batista is more of that asshole Hollywood.
But
who?
See, I don't know.
Who has the clout? Who has kind of that now kind of nostalgia clout to team up with The Rock? Other than John fucking Cena. Again, let's say Roman's not going to team up with The Rock. He's not going to partner with The Rock. He's not until The Rock acknowledges Roman's place as the head.
And you need that. Jocko is definitely down the road. Everybody wants to see The Rock versus Roman.
Yeah.
That's the.
I can't see that whole family thing coming into play, because The Rock's not going to concede, and Roman Reigns will not accept it unless he does concede. Right. And so, maybe even SummerSlam. It'd be great. Yeah, it'd be great to set it up at Royal Rumble. Maybe have the tag team match at WrestleMania, and then set up the singles match for SummerSlam. I'm telling you, because Cena's also not gonna team up with Roman either, because he needs to be with the face of.
What's one of the most famous Roman Reigns promos? Right, it's where Cena's making fun of him.
Right. Right.
It's a promo, big dog. If you want to be or it's a promo, kid. If you want to be the big dog, you're gonna have to learn how to do them. That's one of the most famous ones. But
Cena was also throwing Roman a bone.
Oh, absolutely.
He was basically saying, "Hey, look, yeah." But also just like
one of the funniest.
In general, he was also just saying, "Look, dude, look, man, you need to be that guy." And this is where I was also glad, like, I was glad that Roman got put with Paul, just from the sense of being maybe to help to learn and develop more of that.
He's so much better. So much better.
Yes, he is.
So much.
But like,
better.
yeah, like it was like, but I hope they were gonna like anchor him to Paul to where he couldn't separate from it and really develop it. Roman, when he was allowed to, like, what was it like? Something about like letting them like something at the meet, something like he would come up with these little ad libs every now and again, and you can see when he'd do it because he would chuckle to himself when he did it.
He would. He would completely.
But
it was funny to him, and he was laughing legitimately in the microphone.
He would throw something at somebody, and you could tell like he would just laugh at it.
Thought it was funny.
Because he like is like, yeah, I came up with that. You know,
that was me.
Yeah, Batista. I don't want to see Batista Roman Reigns. I would be more on board with, because I'm trying to think. So if we're trying to position this scenario of both Rock, Cena, Batista, Reigns, and especially knowing the history that I know of, like how Paul Levesque likes to book things, Cena's not going to turn heel here. It's too late. It's too late.
He's never turning heel. It's
too late. It's like Sting. He really just no. So Batista though could easily come in as like
the douchey Hollywood guy.
Well, but also you think about it like this. When's the last time Rock has had a successful like box office movie? Batista's latched on to the MCU stuff, so Batista could come in as the
box office guy.
Like I'm the box office guy. Don't come in here talking about that. And I would love to see Rock, Roman, Cena, Batista as like two separate matches. But so you have the setup at Royal Rumble, you have the tag team at WrestleMania, and the tag team at WrestleMania, so you see all four in one match. This is the timing of it. It's just unfortunate, like if it's going to happen soon, or maybe you push it out to where then maybe the meetup happens at WrestleMania. And then but then you got to have you kind of got to have the tag team there somewhere.
Kayfabe too much, but you know, it's all in LA is awful convenient to have.
Exactly.
If you're ever gonna have all these people
just showing up for
time,
schedules
and all that stuff. Yeah.
So basically, it's like for whatever, like the big trick is having. So I mean, really, the only thing is. You only need The Rock to show up at the Rumble to set the seed.
Yeah.
And then you have basically lead-ins between then and WrestleMania to bring in Batista and Cena into the mix. And it's all talk. Because nobody needs to do anything. Neither four of them need to actually do anything between the actual pay-per-views. Triple H versus Hulk, dude. You just coming out with just.
That's not a thing. I gotta tell you, man. I was with you on all on the other ones. Yeah, Triple H is definitely retired. He's an old man. He's got some heart issues and
Hogan.
I'm not making fun. Like
Hogan, unfortunately, needs to just go away. Plus, Triple H is. If you don't know, Triple H is going to be a little busy.
Yeah, Triple H is kind of doing that creative.
He's also gonna have to like completely re-swizzle the mess that's been left to him. But hey, before we log off, there's one thing that I do want to discuss that I think is tangential to, but I believe very, very important as part of this conversation. AEW. Cody Rhodes has already set the precedent for going the other direction.
I was wondering if. Go ahead. Yeah.
You have a lot of people. Now let's be perfectly frank. I love AEW. I love that it exists. I love what it can become, but it's very, very young.
Yeah.
You have a lot of people that are only in AEW because either they were let go or because they were like Malachi Black, who were just tired. Tony Storm just flat out quit.
Yeah.
They were tired of the direction things were going. And I guarantee you right now, as we speak, AEW, if they have any sense in their freaking head right now, if they weren't already in talks with Sasha Banks, come on now.
Oh, AEW should be both feet jumping,
all the money,
standing
all the money.
You know, the
and this is the
NBA,
first time. This is the
agency. They should be hiding in the bushes.
This is the first time AEW has been in this position against WWE.
Yeah.
Paul has a serious. We talk about the value of gravity on an NBA court.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me Paul Levesque does not have gravity.
Well, see, that's I think that's going to be really where the battle starts.
Yeah.
And the reason that WWE was smart enough in this case, the powers that be, the real powers that be, like behind the scenes, those powers that be, to put keep Steph and Paul or Triple H involved and in power positions,
and I think
fictitious positions.
I think like, as much as Paul is going to have influence on this whole thing, Steph's going to have even more.
Well,
for someone like Sasha.
The two of them by themselves, to be honest with you, if this, let's say this made a different turn along the way, would it be
one and not the other?
Crazy to think or envision Stephanie and Triple H starting their own promotion?
Oh, I guarantee you. As soon as Stephanie got let go, I guarantee you one of the major reasons why this whole thing is pieced together the way it is, is because of that very concern.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Because you want to talk again. You talk about gravity. You talk about gravity.
The odds of her stepping away for family reasons, and hey, you know what? Good for you. But
no.
Like no, that stuff happened.
Yeah, no, but understand.
A month later, she was in charge of the place.
Understand. Paul stepped away for health and family reasons.
Ah, yeah.
Steph was flat out ousted.
Well, yes, but
no, but she put together kind of a front of I'm going to take this advantage to focus on my family, blah 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 blah. Right. And anytime anybody in the C-suite tells you that is a fucking lie.
Yeah,
100%. Like, let's just get that straight.
The oldest trick in the book.
The reason why they're in the C-suite is because they have completely given up on various type of like relationship with their family. That's the sacrifice,
Right.
And for some of them, it's not a sacrifice. For some of them, it's a perk. But
yeah,
but period, either way, having either as a separate entity, if it was a separate entity, you're going to have people that will let go gravitate to them.
sure.
You're going to have people within the WWE gravitate to them like they are now. And you're going to have people in AEW gravitate to them. Because I'm sorry, unfortunately, WWE is still where the big boys play. Well, and if WWE is in a place where you have the right people in charge and you can actually get like legitimate, like true to form wrestling run and really get a chance and an opportunity that you're not likely to get anywhere else, come on now. AEW came up in the right time. Now, granted, what I'm hoping here is that we're going to run into a situation where AEW has to step up their game.
Well, that's what I was going to say, because AEW is in kind of a funky spot right now. WWE was declining, and AEW was able to take advantage. And they hit, at the right time. And then, of course, the pandemic is weird for everybody. So that kind of kicked in. But they were able to capitalize on a dying ship, or whatever.
AEW was able to look really good in the pandemic.
And not even just that. In comparison, to that other dead thing over there, they were able to look alive. It's kind of easy to look alive when the other one's dead. It's an easier way to do it. Guess what?
The dragon has woken up.
Fire. Yeah. Some sparks of life.
Yep.
From the big sleeping dragon type of deal. How do you respond?
That's the thing. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like these negotiations are going to be a lot trickier. The way
there's not an influx of talent because the big dog is laying off everybody every 3 minutes.
It's so funny because for so long here now, I've been thinking that Vince really needs to, because Vince is like head of creative. Okay, fine. Effectively, he's the booker. Okay.
Sure.
Let's this is wrestling, folks. He's the booker. Call it whatever you want.
He's the one making The Rock versus Roman Reigns.
But there's been some major issues there. At the same time, I have not been necessarily happy with Tony Khan's booking.
Yeah.
Because
there's been a decline in probably the last 6-8 months, I will say.
Again, for different reasons.
Yeah.
Tony Khan is a rich mark. Let's get this straight. He's never had any, he's a fan. He's never had any history in the business. He has not put in the work. Well, he's the son of a freaking billionaire. He's never really actually put any true to form work in his life. But he sure is that whatever little bit of work he's done before he started this whole AEW thing, guess what? It wasn't in the wrestling business.
Right.
And this isn't like trying to say, oh, I made milkshakes at McDonald's. I can go make milkshakes at Wendy's. No. Now you have someone with decades of experience in the wrestling business as a wrestler, as a agent, as various different back curtain roles, both on the business side and the general day-to-day. He was the freaking COO of that business for a while.
Right.
Tony Khan, step the F down and hire someone who can actually book your goddamn promotion, or AEW is going to die. Period.
But don't they have somebody like that already on their roster?
Who?
A former VP, whatever version of that they want to go with.
Who? Name who?
He's hurt right now. Kenny?
Are you freaking kidding me? Kenny Omega can't book himself. Kenny Omega can't book himself out of a wet paper bag. I could book a freaking. Kenny Omega's incredible in the ring. Kenny Omega is incredible in the ring. That's all I have to say. Bucks? Jesus Christ. Now you're gonna get me pissed.
I know.
You talk about fucking flip monkeys. Flip monkeys. And again, I'm a Young Bucks fan, but they have a place, and that place is flip monkeys. They've got no business being EVPs of a goddamn freaking Walgreens, much less a wrestling promotion, and they sure as hell shouldn't book shit. Ian's just trying to piss me off right now. Listen, listen. I'm glad. Hey, listen. Hey, look. The elite
being
Kenny,
elite.
the Young Bucks, Adam Page, and Cody Rhodes. Now, out of those four, there was only one person I would possibly give a chance at this. And he's working for the other promotion.
So I remember somebody, I can't remember who it was, but there was someone who said that Cody was the least important person and he was let go. And it was okay that he went over there and left AEW. But, I mean, I always thought Cody kind of got a raw deal. We're going to segue. We're going to completely segue away from Triple H is in charge now. I was going to say it, and it's 4 a.m. for me.
No, I'm
so
saying, no. I'm just.
I'm gonna have to call.
No. That's why I wanted to close on the AEW side. The ripple effects into AEW, because ultimately it's gonna have impact across wrestling worldwide because this is WWE. It absolutely has to. More importantly,
even with all the decline and things like that, if you want to go make money, you go to WWE. You want to have the big pay-per-view and the fireworks and everything else.
If you look at the track record of people who have successfully booked and managed and put together top of the line wrestling content, there's only one guy, and he's in charge of WWE creative. Period. Bow down, punk. I had to throw that out there. But
for sure.
But it's right the track record. It's about track record. You know, it's
all those years of like you made a really good point earlier when you were talking about the years of the relationships. Business, forget wrestling.
Yeah, business relationships, personal relationships.
Business is, if you don't know it's about relationships, you're probably going to go out of business.
Exactly.
Oh, so it's about the relationship. And 10, 50, how long has NXT been around?
I think it really kind of started. I think it really started like really started to get ground in 2014. That's when it really started to really. It really got going before. Exactly.
We're 8 years, but yeah, we're knocking on that door. Like when did Roman Reigns and Seth
that was
Rollins,
right around there.
that
was then like Bray Wyatt and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like 2000, like the tail end of that, 2015.
Graves was
where you had
like all of them were.
Where you had Finn Balor. Finn Balor was in there. Remember, it was 2015 when you came out to see me and
it was
from like my other house, and it was I showed you the NXT book, and I showed you Finn Balor's entrance for the first time, and you almost knocked over my lamp, just doing because it made you do it, it just like shit like that you weren't seeing.
No.
You were not seeing that kind of promotion, that kind of energy, that just kind of just raw.
It was gone. Yeah, in 2013, 14, 15, it was gone.
Everywhere else,
what I remember,
everywhere else was done.
Yeah,
I mean, like I said, New Japan started to pick up a little bit because of NXT. They had some pretty good runs with Okada and some of those other guys. They had some good things. We're kind of like the Young Bucks, and a lot of those guys were at that time, right? And so, but again, like I said, Triple H was able to pull in guys from Ring of Honor away from New Japan. Roderick Strong's, the Kyle O'Reillys, the Bobby Fishes, the guy over there now, Adam Cole, baby, you know. He was a big like Ring of Honor with a big huge relationship with the New Japan. He was a member of the Bullet Club, you know. Like Triple H was able to get him to go to NXT.
So
and
let me leave everything with this, and maybe it'll be a lead in for our next show.
Sure.
Is a relationship is all it's what it's about, right? Is a relationship, an on-screen relationship, more possible now or possible at all between the big boy, the big bad WWE, and an AEW, New Japan, etc., any other company?
I guarantee you it is. And the reason why I say it is because that was actually kind of another sub segment I had in my head.
Yeah.
Remember, it was also Triple H that started NXT UK.
Right.
Triple H's plan was to have at least 5 iterations of NXT worldwide. Right. Across various regions, including Japan.
And not another promotion under your same umbrella.
Exactly.
In a weird way, territorial-ish.
But at a worldwide scale.
Yes.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
WWE's got North America locked down.
Yeah.
You're not
gonna be able to outdo them here. Not yet.
No.
One day, I mean, sure, all things
but like NX, but Paul wanted to have NXT as a place to help develop, cultivate, and leverage talent
and
worldwide.
Just get the name where people are used to saying.
But also again, but also to help establish a consistent brand and approach to how to do the thing.
Right.
With minor tweaks because there are regional differences in terms of what they like. Right?
Right.
See, hey, drink another one, Jocko. If you want Goldberg,
I gotta tell you,
I've been like you spawned off because dude, you spawned off a whole. Oh, we actually put it in before. We didn't see it. Like
I'm so done with Goldberg.
I don't want to see Goldberg in a ring again.
Seth can do better.
Seth can do better. Seth needs better. Like Seth needs better storylines, better presentation, better competition, because Seth can go, he can do the damn thing.
And he's not horrible on the mic, and he can definitely go in the ring.
As long as he's not having to play some stupid
he should
character.
Be bigger than Goldberg right now. Goldberg is your guy you bring in to move somebody up or down briefly.
Sure,
but
sure.
Seth doesn't need that.
He's like when he was in his prime, he destroyed Bret Hart's career. He's a liability. I'm sorry, and I used to love him back in the 90s, but right now he's just a freaking what's a Ryback,
almost needs to lose more than he needs to step into the role of the Rocks and Cena's where they're putting somebody over, and I don't know that Goldberg is.
He never had he never had the nuance in his character.
Well, no. I mean the person. I'm not sure he's not the person to understand to put over somebody.
Well, but I'm saying that's what I mean. It's and because again I'm saying character, but I'm thinking about just like logistically, like he as Bill Goldberg the person. Never really developed a nuance in his character.
Right.
So then now, like so many years later, it would just look sad.
Yeah.
It would look sad.
Yeah.
Like you'd have to be like against a Brock Lesnar, that's one thing.
Sure.
But it would have to be like really like right now, Lashley, maybe Roman, possibly like what's his name? The Scottish guy. Claymore dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm losing the name, but he's someone that's big enough, has the right push going. It would have to be somebody like that. Why?
I don't think they would want it.
It would just, but even then again, it'd still be set. Shield to come back.
I'm agreeing with Jocko for sure when it comes to Rock and Roman. That's I think that almost has to happen. Has to happen, right?
I think I will say this. If there was ever a chance for Moxley to come back, it is now.
But Tripp's the chart for sure.
But
I don't think it's the time's right.
Not soon. But also, if here's the other thing that Vince always shut down, that a lot of the guys that went over to AEW wanted, like Daniel Bryanson. The big thing was that Daniel Bryanson wanted to be able to go back to AAA in Mexico. Even more importantly, AAA in Mexico. Because that's where he got they're the people that gave him his start.
His crack.
And then yes, New Japan. We would go, and because of AEW, they have those relationships. But the only reason why AEW has those relationships and WWE doesn't is because Vince wouldn't
cultivate
do that.
Right.
Trips very well could.
Sure.
And it's just more a matter of getting the wording on the contract right. That really was where it boils down to. But he's not a pushover. He's not a schmuck. But in philosophy, he absolutely would be willing to cultivate those relationships.
Sure.
And so, again, I think it's like, okay, if you won't work with me, I'll just start a freaking thing. I'll start NXT in Japan, which again is another thing that he was really looking to try and do. So because New Japan was strictly in relationship with ROH, like it was an exclusive. So Trips couldn't work with New Japan if he wanted to. Now, I don't know if AEW's relationship with New Japan is exclusive or not. I don't know. I don't think so. but I don't know. And so if it is,
I don't think it is, but I know New Japan does not like have any warm fuzzies toward WWE.
They don't have any warm fuzzies for Vince.
True. And so when I say that, it is, yeah.
So,
yeah.
But again, like we said before, he is WWE. Paul's got a hill to climb, but he already has relationships in place there. That's the thing. Yeah. And so I think that, I mean, it's just so funny. You can like, and in a way, it kind of makes me more interested in wrestling again, just because of the fact that I can sit here and rack my brain around the possibilities, and I couldn't do that 4 weeks ago.
Oh, sure.
There were no possibilities to be had.
I was talking not too long ago, 6 months maybe, or probably less than that, but where we were talking about the possibility of, and you just shot it all down. I was like, maybe, Cody, this is during the Cody Rhodes kind of crossover. If you could see Cody kind of being the first to, where there was a crossover between AEW and a new version of the invasion angle from way back in the day.
The only reason why the other thing is
that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
It is because with Vince in charge. So you got to remember the only reason why the quote unquote invasion thing happened was because he bought WCW. He bought WCW.
Yeah,
he owned it. It was all his company.
Yeah.
So he could make it like a quote unquote invasion. There was no invasion.
No, they all owned each other, right?
Yeah. So now I don't know about that. I don't know quite about it. But what I could say is feasible. Is a kind of similar that we've seen with AEW now. Some kind of a cross-promotional pay-per-view. We've seen it with AEW with New Japan.
Door-esque type of
kind of, exactly. You want to talk about the Forbidden Door? Have Triple H show up. Have Triple H show up on AEW.
That's what I was just going to say. Let him walk out. And to be honest with you, I'm not so sure that and then we gotta go.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not so sure that had things broke differently, or heck, they still might break differently. We never know. It's a revolving door sometimes. If things broke differently and Steph and Trips were truly out of WWE, we talked about their own promotion.
Could you imagine?
Could you imagine?
Could you imagine Triple H actually booking AEW?
You see where I'm going?
Dude. I just want Triple H booking AEW, something. Period.
All you had to do was have Triple H or Stephanie or both.
It would be as close. Outside of Vince leaving and having no true solid succession plan in place, it would be as close to a death knell for the WWE
as you could
possibly get.
Yeah.
Now, Vince would limp it along if, let's say, this whole rumble never happened at the same time, right?
Sure.
Because that's all. I mean, that's pretty much a stickler right there. And again, don't think for a second that wasn't part of the conversation.
Oh, heck yeah! It better have been. If it wasn't, somebody wasn't doing
Somebody's
the job.
A slap. I mean, yeah, it was part of the conversation. Steph and Trips was definitely fishing that out there.
I don't blame them either. They should have.
They were making sure they were having.
They should have just had that Joker right out there.
They were having lunches with the right people and putting that shit on Facebook.
Absolutely.
I mean,
down in Florida today.
Exactly.
What's going on?
Exactly.
It is nice here in Florida.
Exactly.
Yeah.
like, don't even like. So if this would be a whole different conversation. And again, the gravity situation.
This place
because
is a con.
AEW, it wasn't as much of a matter of having gravity as much of the fact that WWE had repulsion.
Mm-hmm.
Either on like legitimately like on purpose pushing people away, or just in general just keeping people away or whatever, people leaving, whatever. And so then AEW was able to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, it's image. I mean,
AEW is not going to be able to do that as much anymore. AEW is going to have a much harder time trying to pick people up. But if Trips and Steph were there,
oh my goodness,
and as long as Tony Khan wasn't booking, then dear God, just the difference there.
So
WWE,
one of our next ones we're gonna need to talk about. So because we sort of transitioned over and started talking about AEW a little bit.
Yeah.
The realism or lack thereof, or what is it with one Mr. MJF, one Mr. MJF? Is it a work or is it not? No, we're not getting into it.
I'm gonna say this as my lead in to that conversation.
Yeah.
It was a work, and that's all I'm gonna say. It was a work.
That I heard some past tense.
I'm emphasizing that for my folks where the English ain't quite the first language. It was.
It started out as.
I'm gonna leave that. Because there's a lot more to unpack there. But
all right,
that's my take. It was a work
initially.
Tony Khan's gonna be wearing a diaper for the next 4 months.
It was a great idea.
I'm telling you, Tony Khan's gonna be wearing a freaking diaper for the next 4 months at least, because he's now shitting himself on a regular basis. Mark my words and mark his underwear. And that's where we're going to leave it.
We're going to leave it right there.
Thanks, everybody that hopped on. Hey, Jocko. Hey, thanks for hopping on.
Jocko,
Hey, you got some crazy ideas, though. But, hey, you know what?
Hey,
you throw enough darts at the wall, man. You never know.
I gotta tell you, Hogan he's not going to be on TV anymore.
You get a couple. You get some of them right. Maybe Trips might have a job in creative there, buddy.
I was gonna say,
You started in strong with that whole Rock and Roman and Cena and Batista thing, man. I could see some stuff there. All right, hey, thanks for everybody popped on tonight. Hope you guys have a great weekend. We'll have to see about this week. I might be able to do Tuesday this week, actually.
Okay.
I'll talk to Ian. We'll see. But if we're going to be on, we'll definitely be on. If we're going to be on, we might be on Tuesday. Should definitely be on next Saturday. Ian might be able to pop on solo this week, depending on what's going down. But with that, this is Getting Work. Signing out.
Later, fam.
Storms we chase are leading us.